Hello and welcome to the Bolton Arena, and we're about to start another of the round robin matches, men's doubles, 50 plus, or they might be 60 plus because they're both in their 60s, so it could be. But while we're waiting, interestingly, I'll just quickly introduce you. I'm Louise Stevens, come here to play, but I'm having much more fun watching, so I think I'm going to stick to watching. And with me here, I have Peter Hitchman from Warwickshire. Hello, Peter, and welcome to Bolton.
Lovely to be here. Very excited to be sat next to you, Lou. Really excited for this match.
Yeah, looks like it's going to be a good match, and they're just about to start. But interestingly, over on the far side of the court there in a black top, we have Jared Franklin. And Franklin are Pickleball England's main sponsor. And Jared's come over here, and I actually think he's teaching somebody to play pickleball, which I don't think was part of his sponsorship deal. Do you think, Peter?
Well, I mean, international sales is what Jared concentrates on in terms of his family business. So, I mean, a salesman's a salesman, a sale's a sale.
Well, exactly, and he seems to have got a Franklin paddle in that guy's hand, so he might have made $1. So, okay, well, to the game now. We've got a singles game here. On the far side in red, we have Paul Bispin. Paul's from London Pickleball. He's been playing just over a year now, I think. He came from badminton, but a very good racket sport player. And then over this near side in the white, we have Chris Mitchell from pickleball down in Eastbourne. And Chris is married, for those of you who don't know, married to Karen Mitchell, the director of Pickleball England. So,
And I think we're about underway.
and here we go. So, singles quite different from the doubles game. But, oh, nice shot by Paul Bispin there.
The big thing coming into singles at anything I guess below a 5-0 level is that you can't lose points. You have to hit one more shot, and that is how you grind out wins. It's a very gritty sort of match, gritty sort of game at this sort of level, and also age as well, because you're not going to have the ability to jump around like a Freddie Powell in this world, are you?
Yeah, sure. And I think people that watched some of the singles yesterday in the MLP stuff, you could see the youngsters jumping around like lunatics, and shall we call it, the over 50s players were a lot more sedate. I think we've got a point there.
It's a bit of a dodgy call.
That's out. I think Chris Mitchell's just gone 2-0 ahead.
2-0. So, I guess the aim of the game for people that are just looking at this for the first time or not that familiar with playing singles, as I guess a lot of people aren't in pickleball, the aim of the game really is to get to the net effectively. However, your approach shot in which you get to the net is imperative to the success of when you have there, because if you hit a poor return, a short return, you're going to get past. At really any sort of a level. So you need to hit a deep return, deep approach, a lot of time down the middle to sort of take away the angle, get to the net, finish the point.
Yeah, and both these guys, interestingly, and I said earlier I thought it was the over 50s. I think it's actually 60 plus.
It is.
60 plus. And these are two of the fittest guys in pickleball. Chris Mitchell will play and play and play. And just, you know, he's like a Duracell bunny.
Oh, he's relentless.
And Paul Bispin's not much different from him.
And obviously Chris Mitchell yesterday, part of Team Franklin that won our English style MLP in brilliant fashion in 23-21 in that Dream Breaker yesterday. It was a brilliant match to watch.
So, and there Paul hit quite a short serve, and that short serve then brought Chris Mitchell in. which isn't always the best way to play singles.
That worked actually much better in Paul Bisping's favour, purely because he brought him in, but the actual approach to return back from Chris was nowhere near a good enough approach deep enough.
Not deep enough.
So we could play him around.
So 1-3. Giving himself time to get back in.
Unlucky. But that's what I mean, just one more shot. Make them play one more shot. Because I guess, obviously, singles is a very, very tiring game anyway, so mistakes will creep in. You've just got to stay in points, as Paul did there.
I think that one was out.
But no, Chris Mitchell is famous singles player. Loves singles. I guess because of that Duracell Bunny capability.
Yeah, for sure. And, one more point and one more game, I think, is definitely Chris Mitchell's motto.
100%.
It's just, we'll keep going and keep going. And and the good thing with Chris, whether it's singles or doubles, he will just play endlessly. Yeah. And he doesn't even mind who he's playing it with or against.
No.
He just wants to play.
He loves it. His face may not look like he loves it.
No, for sure.
But I promise you he does.
Oh, skipped off there. So, yeah, Paul Bisping, he came to London Pickleball from badminton and didn't pick it up that quickly. But then once he got on a roll, his game just improved so quickly. And he's now a really good paddle player as well. And joined a paddle club, but he's now converting all his paddle friends to pickleball. So,
Amazing.
It's incredible. So we've done a couple of introduction to pickleballs for his paddle friends.
Amazing.
And they've certainly got the technique, should we say.
For sure. So what you see is obviously paddle, badminton especially. Look at James Salter. Barely played for over a year or so, and is just, the badminton shines out of him in a very positive way. Some things he needs to work on because it's just a habit, effectively. But really, I think a badminton background is really, really good to have, especially when you're up at the net. Oh, yes. Lovely inside in forehand there.
And it's interesting because a lot of people say what sport lends itself best to pickleball, and I think any of the racket, paddle, bat sports, you've got Lee Featherby, who's a table tennis player, and I've got to say one of the most incredible pickleball players I've ever seen.
Yeah, he's super.
Yeah.
And then, again, on the table tennis spot, Bill Evans.
Yeah.
Bill Evans, his hands is something that continually amazes me.
Yeah.
I had the pleasure of playing with him yesterday, and he's genuinely brilliant.
Yeah.
And then you see someone like Sam Basford, Jamie Basford, big tennis background, big ground strokes, but also brilliant touch.
Yeah, Thaddy a lot from tennis, obviously.
But that's what, I guess, lends itself to think how brilliant our wonderful sport is, because you have people like Leo, who we all miss.
We miss Leo. Come back to the UK, Leo.
Yeah, no racket sports background, but it's brilliant playing. Even, it's Louisville squash.
Squash.
Yeah. Hence why his wrists are so good.
Yeah.
And that's what's great about it, because nothing is outstandingly, I guess, over and above as a sport that would lend itself to be much better, but they all help.
Yeah.
Shots.
Oh. It just dropped over the net there nicely. I think they're turning with Paul Bisping ahead, I think.
6-4 Bisping. But no, so the big thing when someone is at the net and you are the single player at the back of the court is either, you've got two options. You go for a pass, which is higher risk, because you miss it, or you try and will drop it in the kitchen. So it's a point they can't finish off, and that's exactly what Paul Bisping did there. Low, down to his feet, he's either going to get popped back up or dumped to the net, as it did. 6-4.
Oh, my shot.
Tough to take.
Interesting here as well, because I'm a little bit torn, because Paul Bisping, I taught to play pickleball, I play with him regularly, has become a dear friend of mine, and Chris Mitchell is my doubles partner. So, nice. I'm not supporting either one of them today, just enjoying the spectacle. Oh, That's a Chris Mitchell special, that.
Thumbs up. Like, great shot. 1-0.
Yeah. Hope he does some of them on Sunday.
They all count. 4-7.
And both really nice players to play with. And interestingly, very competitive. Very, very competitive.
Chris Mitchell is one of the most viciously competitive people I think I've ever met in my life.
Yeah.
All in a good way.
Yeah, yeah.
He just loves to play and he loves to win. That's
Yeah.
why he has a face like thunder.
Yeah. I did see him smile once.
Really?
Yeah.
How many years you known him?
6.
Ah, good. Good ratio.
Yeah. Oh, nice.
Great point. And again, one more shot, staying in it.
Yeah.
This is, I guess, where the physicality part comes of it in, because you play 10 of those points, you'll probably you'll lose from Bisping's side 9 of them, but you win 1, and that's the thing about it. That's why you have to try and push and stay in. But then again, the more tired you get.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh.
how has he stayed standing there?
Over the barrier, onto the chairs, over the chairs.
How is that man upright? That is a 60-plus man. He's gone over the barrier, onto the chair, and you can't see it on the camera, but he stayed on the chairs and then jumped over the chairs upright.
Yeah, but they've lost the ball. You know, there's always a downside.
That is horribly impressive, that is. Do you think you could do that?
Yeah. Yeah. I don't think I'm built for leaping. For those of you that can't see me, I'm 5'1" and a little bit overweight. Actually, I'm probably not 5'1" anymore.
Shot.
Oh.
A big pro you'll see with the better singles players is they're able to hit the ball while moving. It's not a good trait to have. It's not something you're meant to do. You're meant to be set when you hit the ball. But in singles, because you've got to cover the court so much more, the better singles players will be able to hit better balls in the moves. So rather than Bisping there, we're still moving, put it in the net. But as a trait to have, it's a really, really good one to have.
Out. I think that's 10.
A little comeback. A
Oh,
comeback. Oh, it was in.
I think.
It was 7-9. Great backhand drive from Bisping. A big sigh followed after it.
A big sigh. I think it was a pleasurable sigh, though. So 8-9. And they're playing 1 game to 11 and win by 1. So, yeah, tied up, almost tied up there. So.
But it is just a testament to the physicality and how brilliant they are to play singles at 60 plus. Like, I don't think that can be underpinned at all. Because for those of you who don't know who I am, I'm 24 years old and I play singles and I feel absolutely battered and bruised afterwards. And I'm a healthy boy. I'm a young boy. So I hope that I can move as well as these two brilliant players can when I'm 60 plus. Bit of a backwards paddle there.
Yeah, I think he turned his paddle.
It was a bit of a Zane Navratil Franklin as well.
8-9.
That's a tired shot.
Yeah, he set that up so well.
He did.
And then just didn't make that
He
final
knows
hit.
it. But that was a tired shot, unfortunately, if I ever seen one. 9-8. Pushed it. And what you'll see a lot more as well in singles is that double-handed backhand. Because, in my opinion, from playing tennis coming into pickleball, it is genuinely harder to hit a one-handed backhand in pickleball than it is in tennis, simply because the reach and I guess the paddle pace that you've got, your timing has to be perfect. So 2 hands on your paddle, again. So 2 hands on your paddle gives you that little bit more control. And you know, the vast majority of singles players, even pros, Julian Arnold, the rest of it will hit a two-handed backhand, as they would do in tennis.
Yeah, it's a tight game.
9-8, Mitchell. Good serve. Oh, unlucky. But that was all set up from his serve. A wide serve, pushed him out.
Sent him
right,
the other way.
Took him left. That's it. You just got to wear them down. Not every shot you have to. It has to be a winner. I think that's a very, very important thing.
Yeah, I think setting up the points is just as important in pickleball.
100%.
That's long, and that's the game.
And that's the game.
So well done, Chris Mitchell. I think, is that a smile? Yes.
That is a smile.
We saw it. Can we? Might be able to replay that smile. It's a historic moment.
Brilliant game. And let's not forget, both of these gents have played 4 or 5 games before this point.
Yep.
No, brilliant athleticism, brilliant shots as well.
Yeah, we're fortunate enough to be able to see the table as it stood before this match. And before this match, we got Richard Millman. Looks to be leading. Now, Richard Millman was doing all the commentary yesterday, very knowledgeable about the sport, an exceptional squash coach. He comes from a squash background, and in fact, he taught David Young's squash. He was his coach.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So an incredible player and learns the game, watches it, learns it, you know, done his coaching badges, and yeah, the guy knows his stuff, and it's shown that in the table. He's currently in top position. Chris Mitchell second behind him. I think even winning that match, he won't go above him.
No.
We've got Mark Johnson, who's currently playing Gordon Pimperton on another court now, and Paul Bisping was in 4th place. He's not going to jump any higher with that defeat.
Very close group.
Very
close group.
So I think we'll be back for another match very shortly. Hello and welcome back to Nationals at Bolton Arena. We've got another game about to start. I think this is a men's singles 19 plus. Just before the game starts, we're just having a quick look at the current standings. It's a round robin. I don't think it's been updated yet, but we've got this group we've got on court now. We've got with the backward baseball cap. We've got Pep Giuliano. Pep is an inspiration to so many people. He's been a huge advocate of pickleball around the Peterborough area. Has grown pickleball through the roof. One of the most positive people in the game. I'm just being joined by Karen Mitchell. And I think once Karen's on air, Karen's going to tell us a little bit about Pep's opposition. Karen, unfortunately, is limited to her knowledge of headphones. No, she's managed to get it on her head, so there's a start. Welcome, Karen.
Oh, dear. All right, so on the far side, we've got Brian Potter. He plays at David Lloyd Rains Park. His first pickleball tournament was at the English Open in Southampton. He partnered Tom Watson as a favour to Tom because Tom wanted to be in the tournament, and so it was baptism by fire for Brian. But here's the news. Brian is a professional lacrosse player.
Wow. Professional lacrosse player.
Absolutely. He's 40 years old, and he's never played a pickleball singles game in his life. So he's knocking up now with Pep and learning whilst he's doing it, I think.
Oh, wow.
So the one thing I will say is that Brian is obviously very spontaneous and quite happy to learn new things. I don't know if he knows he's being live streamed, though.
Let's not tell him.
All right, then.
And it's quite interesting that he plays at David Lloyd Rains Park, because London Pickleball is literally 10 minutes from David Lloyd at Rains Park.
Oh, wow. Well, you should invite him down one time.
I think we will. And if he's a local lad, then we've got some 40-year-old guys that will be happy to
play with him.
Yeah.
Not to say the fact that you've got lots of ladies that might like him as a mixed doubles partner in the future.
Indeed.
But let's not get, too ahead of ourselves. We don't know how he plays yet, so.
Listen, he's striking the ball very well.
Well, I got to think that, because lacrosse involves a ball.
And a bat.
Might be
unfortunately.
It's a bit like hockey, isn't it, lacrosse?
If I'm going to be honest, I've no idea.
Me neither.
No. But we've got Harrison Wood just sitting across
from
us.
What do you think, Harrison?
He might know a little bit about lacrosse. Well, he thinks
it's got the net. Oh,
the one with the sticks and the net.
So it's a bit like golf. You've got to get the ball in the net.
Oh, no, I think the net's on the end of the bat.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That sounds tricky, right? This has got to be a breeze compared to that, right?
Yeah. So
he's a professional lacrosse player, Lou.
Professional.
Yeah. Isn't it wonderful? We actually, this weekend, we've also got another professional player, and that is Chris Gregory. He is a professional beach ball volleyball player. And you will not miss him because I believe he's 7
he's
foot.
The one that's massively tall.
Yeah.
I don't stand near him.
I don't think I should either. I look like he's in the Land of Giants.
And yesterday, was there an ex-professional squash player? Laura, was she?
Oh, yes. Laura came down to try out pickleball, and she was pretty handy straight away as well.
Yeah.
So world champion a couple of years ago, and she received her MBE last week.
Wow.
It was delayed because of COVID, and she had a baby. So I think it was when she became the world champion she got awarded it. But she came and picked up a paddle yesterday. She's sponsored by Head, so she borrowed a Head paddle.
Okay.
And by all accounts, she enjoyed it. And we really appreciated her coming along and giving the game a try, because it's it's by lots of people seeing it being played and trying it out
Yeah.
that we'll be growing the game.
Absolutely. And we've got a couple of ex-professional tennis players.
We have with
Locke
Badia, and James
Chowdhury.
Yeah.
Both very talented players. And I think since they've come into the game, coincidence or not, the game's certainly gone up in standards.
Yep.
I think so.
I agree. Yep. Yep. In fact, I actually was looking at the ratings of all the players before registration closed, but I don't think it will have changed very much. And what was amazing is that 44% of players are beginners, so new to the game. And then it was almost 30% of players are 4.0 and above. So there's two data.
40%?
Yeah.
Wow,
no,
incredible.
No. Did I say 40%? I thought I said 30%.
You might have said 30 and I misheard.
I don't
30.
even know what I said.
About 30%. Well, but that's
But
a high
it shows
number.
the growth of the players going through the ratings.
Yeah.
But isn't that 44% the best number?
Oh, well.
Beginner level,
Listen,
right?
to me, Karen, you know my opinion on the sport and pickleball, and to me it's about getting people involved in the sport as much as it is competition for elite players and etc. And don't get me wrong,
Grassroots is the important piece, and we have to do events to feed the demand for events, but actually grassroots is what we want to really build and develop. And actually I will talk about Sunday now. We will do a couple of games on the championship court, one for a wheelchair event that we've got happening on Sunday, and a junior event that's happening on Sunday, as well as the mixed doubles event. So very excited about that. I know that Pickleball Scotland at their Scottish Open, they had a wheelchair event, and the fact that the players they reached out to us and said we'd love to come along to your event. Again, they obviously enjoyed themselves. So,
brilliant.
Yeah,
that's great. Well, I think we're about to start the game now. So Pep serving. And again, so we're moving on from the previous game was Chris Mitchell and Paul Bispin, who were in the over 60s category, and we're now looking at the 19 plus. And as Karen said, Brian Potter's 40. Pep, in fact, he had his 40th birthday.
He
recently.
did, yeah. So I think they're both 40.
Yeah.
So even Stevens in terms of age.
Yeah. And they're both going for the backward baseball cap look.
Oh yeah, they are, aren't they? How are we going to tell them apart then?
Well, we won't. I think Pep's Italian good looks are what I can see from this end.
So Pep's is in the salmon shorts, and Brian is in the
I'm going
grey,
beige.
Beige grey, yeah,
Beige.
something like that. He's got the head paddle, and
Pep is
has got the drop shot.
Sponsored by Drop
Drop
Shot?
shot, yeah.
He is. And in fact, he was captain of the Drop Shot MLP
He was.
team yesterday.
He was.
They did
They
really
didn't
well.
win.
They didn't win, but they did really well.
They did.
And they had a nice outfit.
I think they were the only team that beat Franklin family.
Yeah. But unfortunately then didn't progress through the group.
No.
So I think they beat my team as well.
Your team did well.
We did, but not well enough.
No.
We've gone home broke.
It wasn't about the money.
No.
Although it's a bonus, I'm sure, right?
Yeah.
Not sure how Chris Mitchell's going to be spending his bonus money.
Clearly on his wife. Maybe not. Okay, so we're 4-0 and a nice long serve. And the problem, if you don't get that return deep enough.
Oh, what a
player can
get,
come in
Brian.
and dominate the net. So,
But that was a really good get. It's a shame he couldn't get quite across there.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a shame for Brian, actually, that he's meeting Peps
so early.
in the
first game.
Yeah, exactly. But then he'll learn a lot from Peps, and it's
Sure.
just the round robin at the moment.
Yeah.
So he can then put that learning, if he gets through, to the this afternoon.
Oh, and they've changed round already at 6-0. So they're playing one game to 11. And unusually, and it's really down to scheduling that they play and they win by 1 point. So the first player to 11 is through, even if it was tied at 10-10. And because games can go on if you don't sort of restrict it. And when you've got 430 odd players in a tournament, you have to be quite tight on the scheduling. I think that one went out.
It did. And I bet Brian's wishing it was rally scoring today.
Yeah, I bet he does, yeah. So we're 0-7 and and there's the point. There you are. Off the blocks.
I'm going to leave you to it for a moment.
Okay, I've just realised he's a lefty as well. Okay, so we're 2-7. Lovely deep return by Peps there. You keep your player at the back there and dominate the net. Gives you more opportunity to move them around. And that one's gone out. So we're at 8-2. First game, Pep's very bouncy. Clever there, unusually, and it's working out that, you know, if your opponent's a lefty, you're going for the different shots. And he's placing it onto his backhand and moving him around. Oh, lovely drop there. And that's 10-2. 10-2. Hopefully it'll we'll get to see a little bit more play. Oh, there. So Brian's in for another chance, and it's amazing the game of pickleball because you can literally be 10-2 down and come back and win. So let's see how Brian gets on here. Yeah, there's one. 1 point at a time. And as Karen said, Brian's quite inexperienced. This is his first effort at singles, so he'll learn a lot from this. Oh, nice shot. Okay, and that's that. And so quite a quick finish there by Pep. And looking around, it looks like that might be the first game that's finished. So he's gone straight to the top of the group. And let's see if he can maintain that. And you can see there's quite a few people watching on the show courts. And interested in having this televised. Hopefully anybody being able to watch the games. So many have been watching on their journeys up. So keeping it interesting. And I can see just on the side of the court there, Pep being congratulated by his sister Auntie, who's also a very talented pickleball player. So we'll be back shortly for the next game. And welcome back to Nationals. We're now up, the next match is 4.5 plus. Singles. We have on the far side in the red and white, we have a very, very tall gentleman, Darren Walsh. Darren Walsh lives in London, in Purley, near Croydon. And the other side we have Tom Turney. Tom Turney is from the Isle of Wight, on the West White. From a bit. He plays at West White Club, but he also plays in a group. I think it's with his brother and some friends, and they've got a little group where they've got a court they use. I think it's in like an old barn or something, and they set a little thing up to play there. I think they've all got a tennis. The guys on the Isle of Wight in their group, they come from a tennis background, but they've picked pickleball up really quickly. Darren's an ex-tennis player, and interestingly, Darren played in the men's doubles last year at Nationals with James Chowdhury, having not played in any tournament before. I don't think James had at that point either. And they're current men's doubles champions. So, but doubles, he didn't play in the singles, so we don't know how good he is, but I suspect with his tennis background, he's going to be a pretty decent player. So we're starting the game. Tom Turney's serving. A point always good to start. Get off the mark. So 1-0. Nice return there by Darren. And there's a tennis shot. A very good one. And as we said earlier in the commentary, tennis players adapt to pickleball very easily. And I think Darren's experience as well, and hitting the ball to the backhand there and moving him around. And didn't see if that was in or out. I'm going to go for in. So 1-1. Lovely deep angled serve. And it's interesting, you can see when Darren's at the kitchen line, or the non-volley zone line, that he can really dominate because his height at the net. This is where taller players have an advantage. And that return of serve's gone out. So 4-1, serving from the right-hand court. I think that went out. So those of you that have only ever played doubles, pickleball, the singles game, scoring's exactly the same. You serve at evens on the right-hand court and odds on the left-hand court. And many pickleball players around the UK have only ever played on badminton courts. So you've got the tram lines at the back and the sides, and it's nice to see the courts. You know, there's one line that you're going to, and that's it. So, you know, when you get to that net, if you manage to block the passing shot, you've really got to make sure that you at least keep it in for them to hit one more shot. I think Peter Hitchman, when he was commentating earlier, was saying, you know, it really is about keeping the ball in play and drawing the mistake from your opponent. They should have changed ends at 6, but they've clearly not realised, and they're going to continue the game all the way through to 11, I think, without turning. So it's not like playing outdoors where you've got sun and things to contend with. So it's 7-2 to Darren Walsh. It's gone out. I think you can tell from the camera angle that we're sitting at the back of the court here, so we're spending a bit of time catching the stray balls. 2-7. Oh, what a passing shot that was. Seeing the replay here. Oh, nice shot. A quick shout out to some friends watching in Scotland. I've recently spent a week up in Scotland with the pickleball crew up there, and particular friends, Angela McGilvery and Maureen McAdam, made us feel very welcome. And they run a really good group up in Glasgow, Glasgow West Pickleball. Obviously not the only club in the area, but yeah, taking players from it, doing introductions, teaching them right through, and they've got some really good high-level players as well. So I know they're watching. So last year the Scottish were allowed to play in nationals, but this year it's been limited to players who were born in or live in England and Wales. But from next year, hopefully the Welsh will hold their own nationals competition. In the meantime, they've been welcomed at this event. Some great players all around the UK. England, Wales, Scotland. The Irish have got some great players as well. That's a lovely shot there from Tom Turney. He's clawing back the points. 5-7. See that reach there from Darren Walsh. You've really got to hit a great passing shot there. And Tom's hit some lovely shots. He'll be pleased with his performance, I'm sure. Nice backhand return. Nice. As he saw Darren going in the opposite direction. Oh, unlucky. That reach is incredible. To say I'm jealous is an understatement. My 5'1" height, I think, relates to my wingspan. Not great. No one's ever accused me of being an albatross. Oh, nice play. Great shot there, Tom. Okay, I think it's still 5-7. Oh, unforced error there. 6-7. He's really doing well to come back in this. He was quite a way back. And that's pickleball for you. Couldn't see if that went in or out. Let's have a look at the replay. Still can't see. It's obviously in, 7-7. Okay, 7-7. Lovely deep return. Sorry. Seen a number of T-shirts around the hall this weekend saying #sorry not sorry, relating to little shots like that just clip the top of the net and fly over anyway. Oh. So nobody knows if that was in or out, neither of the players. Now, really, the rule is if you can't see it out, it must be in. They're having a discussion about it. They're both quite new to the sport, and I think they've called it out. 9-7. Oh, they have got Hawkeye on. I didn't think they were doing Hawkeye today, but they obviously are. Little bit of a discussion here. A call and a challenge. So it's 10-7. 10-7 to Darren Walsh. And that's it. That's game. Nice play. So congratulations to Darren Walsh, 11-7. I can't remember what the result was with Pep. I think they're in different groups, so it won't make any difference to the table. But so Darren with his first win in the round robin. Not sure how many groups there are in the 4.5 level. Might be able to see, give you an update as we go along. There's 3 groups, it seems, in the 4.5 plus 19 plus age group. And again, at 14.5 plus, 3 groups, shows you the level of the play at this year's Nationals. Yeah, we've got some really good players. I'm just looking around the hallway at the moment, and I can see Louis Leville, who's a 5-0 player. He's playing against Peter Hitchman, who I think is a very good 4-5, if not 5-0 yet. Just having a look around the hall. Unfortunately, you can't see the rest of the hall. But yeah, we've got some high-level play. Not sure if Ed Hares is playing in the singles or just running Hawkeye for the weekend. So yeah, I think we're going to take a short break before we come back and continue to follow us if you can. Goodbye. And welcome back to Bolton. This is Louise Stevens commentating on the men's singles 4.5 plus 19 plus game between Freddie Powell and Guy Laville. Both of these young men live in London, although Guy's currently studying up at, I think it's Leeds University. Freddie at the far end in the red, 23 years old, and Guy, a 20-year-old. So we've gone from the last 3 matches had 2 40-year-olds. The next match had 2 young men in their early 30s, and now we've gone to 2 young men in their early 20s, and that's the depth of this category. That, you know, not at 19 to 49, and I guess youth has its advantage in that they might be a little bit more agile, and but all these players highly skilled, she says as he hits the ball out. So a 5-0, great start for Freddie here. Oh, great shot. That's a very quick change of ends. So Freddie started playing pickleball. He was actually out in America studying and played a lot of tennis. I think the university he was at in America was a real tennis university. And he picked up pickleball a couple of years ago. And when he came back here earlier this year, I think it was, he came and he played singles in the English Open and got to the final, did very well. But he was a bit of an unknown quantity there, and he's set the game on fire. And he's flying ahead here, 8-0. Yeah, Guy's not really had the chance to even get going. Guy's a really talented player. He's the youngest of the 3 Laville brothers, Louis, Elliot and Guy. And he just played in the Spanish. What a great shot. Oh, lovely shot, Guy. Unlucky Freddie. Yeah, he played in the Spanish Open and did very well. He really impressed people with his performance. He's got a chance to pick up a few points here. So Guy about to serve at 0-9. Lovely deep serve. Freddie's backhand is absolutely stunning. And when he drives it, yeah, incredible. And Freddie serving at 9-0. Oh, what a passing shot that was. You've got to feel sorry for Guy here because he really hasn't even had the chance to get going. 10-0. Oh, round the post and outright winner. That, yeah. Guy hasn't had the opportunity to show the talent that he's got here. He really is a good player, but Freddie is on fire, and he played yesterday in the MLP, and yeah, he was incredible. So hopefully we'll see a bit more of Guy later on, once he's got a couple of games under his belt. I'm sure he was disappointed to see that he was facing Freddie first game. Oh, that's well, a quick end to that game, but hopefully we'll be back pretty quickly if the next pair are ready and we can get them back on court. I think we're going to move on to women's singles. Hopefully the players are around. I believe the next game is Jessie, I call her Jessie Danger, but I think it might be Danger. But danger sounds so much better. And in the pickleball world, I think she's come to accept that that's the name she's going to be called. And she's going to be playing against Val Vladea. Val is a tennis player. I think she works for Wilson. And yeah, big tennis background. So singles is a game, really suits her. And she, again, very talented player. And in the MLP yesterday, she came up against a very talented player, Wesley Jackson, and she ripped some shots past him and was very impressive to everybody on the side. I'm not sure Wesley was as impressed, but that's how it goes sometimes. Players are just good, male or female. And so hopefully we'll be back with you shortly. Go and make yourself a cup of tea, very English, and we'll see you back at Nationals shortly. Okay, and welcome back to the Bolton Arena, where we're just warming up for one of the round robin games of the 4.0 plus, age 19 plus, women's singles. On the far, you can't see this, I don't think, but I have in front of me a results table. You can see this, I'm being told. Okay, so in this group, you can see that on the far side there, in the orange, we have Jessie Danger. Okay, I think she's Jessie Danger, but we call her Jessie Danger. And she's actually top of the group at the moment. And we have this side, in the grey, we have Val Vladea. Val's an ex-tennis player. I think she's still a very highly rated tennis coach. And both of these women played in the MLP, Major League Pickleball, English style, yesterday. Play occasionally against each other in different formats. So they're currently in first and third place in the group. Saying that, I think I looked, there was only a couple of games been played so far. And it looks like Jessie is going to start serving. So, again, straight away, side out. And Val serving from the right ankle. And Val's mother to a young man called Luca. And hopefully Luca's being able to watch his mum. Although I think he may be playing in a tennis tournament. He certainly is over the weekend. Another talented young person. So deep serve there. Jessie's got into the net first. I think that was out, yep. So it's 2-0 to Val. Val just got involved in the sport in the last year or so. And is really trying to grow the sport. I think Val is actually the regional director for possibly the Northwest region. Just held a festival in Leeds and trying to really grow the sport there. There's another one out there. Jessie's always smiling. She's one of the most popular young ladies in the game. She's full of life and always happy to be on court. So 4-0. Nice deep return, and she's come in following that. Yeah, nice. Great volley there from Jessie. 0-4. I'm not a singles player myself, but I could imagine that you're going to return the ball and see somebody flying into the net. The decision-making process has to happen quite quickly. Nice volley there. Yeah, sending her round across to the right, back over to the left. So Val's just questioning whether Hawkeye's on for this game. I know it was on one of the earlier games, but there doesn't seem to be anyone monitoring it. So 4-0. Nice touch. Oh, she's got it. Oh, nice play. You get to that kitchen line, you're going to dominate. The choice gets restricted for your opponent. 5-0. There's another chance for Jessie to get off the mark. Nice backhand. Oh. Yeah, that dropped in. That's Jessie off the mark. She'll be happy with that. Oh, nice shot. Okay, so we've got games going on all around the arena. We've got doubles of most age groups and skill levels. And I've just been notified that in one of the other courts across the arena, there's a final going on, and I'm happy to say it involves 2 players from London Pickleball. So Suzanne Rouse and Liz Batten have managed to get their way into the final. So I'm very, very pleased with that. Suzanne's my doubles partner. But Liz is also a great player from our club. So it's wonderful to see them both reaching the final and bring in some metalware home. So, oh, unlucky Jessie. So Val serving from the evens court, 6-1. Oh, lovely shot. And I think a lot of the time with people with a tennis background and badminton background, if the ball goes in the air to them, you know, their skill levels are so high that it's very rare you're going to get one of those back. Oh, what a lovely shot. And that was come from the very deep shot that she hit. Jessie had such a hard job to just at least get it back. And with Val coming into the net, it made it an easy volley for her. So 8-1. So another chance to pick up a point. 1-8. Oh, that was a great passing shot. Don't know if that's going to be on review, but I'm sure that flew in there. Let's have a look. Oh, what a beauty. Great shot, Jessie. 2-8. Yeah. Didn't hit it quite right that time. Flew out of bounds. So Val's back at 8-2. Yeah, I think for those of you that do play singles, I think being able to master getting that ball across to your opponent's backhand can really help you dominate. Unless, of course, it's Freddie Powell when you want to avoid his backhand. So we've got Val serving at 10-2. Just keep the ball in play, Jessie, and make her play one more shot. Oh, beautifully played by Val there. Very talented player. So the girls will be getting their score into the court monitors. And a big shout out to all the volunteers. We have a number of volunteers here that are monitoring courts, taking results. And I know from Karen Mitchell, the tournament director, how grateful she is to all these people. And although they're obviously not watching right now, they might watch this on playback. And it's important that they are acknowledged, because without these volunteers, events like these just can't run. You know, it's all non-profit, and you know, you need a number of volunteers to. You can probably see just from the camera view that we've got courts surrounding this televised court. Just in this hall alone, there's, I can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, there's 8 courts in this hall. With 10 in this hall and 12 in the other side. So 22 courts, trying to get players onto the courts on time, making everything flowing. It's a job in itself. So a big thank you to all the volunteers. So and we'll be back with a very interesting game next. I'm not sure I'm going to get time to leave my seat because I can see Jessica Wilson coming onto the court. And Jessica will be playing Thadia Locke. And Thadia Locke is the #1 female pickleball player in England. I'd go as far to say she's the #1 in Europe. In fairness, I haven't seen everybody in Europe. But Thadia is such a talented player. So if we're lucky, we might see the table before the match starts. I can see Thadia walking across the back of the court there, talking to Trevor Robinson from up in Cumbria area. We'll come back in a couple of minutes and we'll bring you this next very exciting game. See you in a while. And here we are, back in Bolton. We didn't go away for long. And the girls are just warming up for their singles game. The crowd are going wild. And I'm not sure you can see them, but they're doing a very poor Mexican wave. So we've got the table here, and you can see in this group, we've got Hannah Stockton, Jessica Wilson, Zoe Jeffrey, Thadia Locke and Emily Jelly. And the standings so far, and I'm assuming this means that one of them hasn't played yet or may even have withdrawn, I don't know. But Thadia is currently top of the group, and Jessica, her opponent in this match, is in second place. We've got Hannah Stockton in third and Zoe Jeffrey in fourth. So Emily Jelly, I don't know where she is on the table, but she's another very talented player. Thadia, as I say, is the #1 in England. A lot of pressure on her to do well. Here the table has now been made a little bit bigger, and we can see that Emily Jelly's on there as well. Thadia is 2 from 2, and Jessica 1 from 1. So this could tie things up. I think it's the top 2 that go through. So you've got Thadia on the far side in the grey vest top. Jessica's coming looking for the ball, which is, I'm pointing out to her because, as I say, it often rolls behind the table. So, hi Jessica, are you looking forward to this game?
Not at all.
Not at all, she says. I'm sure she's joking. She's back on court. I guess anyone, when you're playing the #1 seed, you're going to be going into the game with a bit of trepidation, and although you just want to do the best you can, you tend to tense up a little bit because, you want to do well, but you know how good your opponent is. And I'm hoping Jessica can just get out there and play her own game. She's a very talented young player, 22 25, 26 years old. Qualified for the MLP. And played, trying to think what team she played for. I'm just going to ask Harrison Wood, who's sitting across from me. Can you remember what team Jessie Wilson played for? She played for Team Dropshot. Was it? Oh no, it might have been Team 305. I'm going 305.
Jessie was 305, so I think.
Okay, she was Dropshot. Yep. So, but playing against Thadia, whose team won the MLP English style. She'll be very happy with that. And yeah, she played some great games. She played her women's doubles with Auntie Giuliano and her mixed games with very, very talented Jamie Basford. Jamie actually finished off the day with the winning points. So I know that his family are all very proud of him. So I guess the girls are going to get underway soon. Jess plays in Norfolk. She plays with a group up and around Norwich. Thadia plays in and around London. Plays with a good group of high-level players. I've got a feeling she might be partnering Auntie Giuliano in the women's doubles tomorrow. So Jess is going to call what hand it's in. Oh, and she's guessed right. And she looks like she's opting to serve. Thaddy is an ex-professional tennis player. I think she got in the top 600 in the world as a junior. Also a talented tennis coach. So Thaddy has chosen to start at this end. So here we go, 0-0. Jessica Wilson serving. And first one goes out, so. That was out as well, I think. So Thadia picks up her first point with an out ball from Jess. Both steady players. Oh, lucky she did well there to get into the no volley zone, and unfortunately backhand into the net. So at 2-0. Again, she's going for those deep returns, which is, you know, it's the best way to play. But oh, there's a wild drive there. And again, she'll be a little bit tense, although they're good friends and they've played with and against each other a few times. Friends or not, when you're in a competition like nationals, let's be honest, it's all about the winning. I think that one went out. I'm not sure if they're using video review in this match, and they'll be able to challenge any calls. So, and there, Jessica's picked up her first point, so she'll be happy with that. 1-4. A round of applause. I'm assuming they're applauding a good in shot. Indeed. Thadia serving at 4-1. Yeah, nice shot there. both of these players technically, their shot selection, their strokes, very talented. So back to 4-1. Both of these players, and I think you'll see from this, their footwork is incredible. And certainly pickleball, a lot of it is about the movement of your feet and getting in the right position. And it makes the shot easier if you're in the right position. And I guess I'm not making excuses for us that are slightly older and somewhere in our mid to late 50s. That becomes increasingly difficult. Great return there, Thadia. I think that went out. Yeah, Jessica's serving at 2-5. Nice rally there. Yeah, she did well to get to that, Thadia. 5-2. Slight miss hit there by Thadia. Unusual. Nice. That's 6-2. Not 5-2. No. Yeah, I think she called that out. Two, 5. Oh, that was nice. Okay, I've just had notification from the other courts that the 4.0, I think it was 4.0 plus over 50s final has been won by Suzanne Rouse. Suzanne Rouse was playing Liz Batten, both from the London Pickleball Group. They play together very regularly, though I'm not sure they've ever played each other in singles. But both extremely talented players, and Suzanne's come out on top, I believe, 2-0. So well done, Suzanne Rouse, on your gold medal, and well done, Liz Batten, on your silver medal. I'm sure someone will tell us who's picked up the 3rd place. So back to this game, we've turned at 6 with Thadia up 6-2. Yeah, Jess did well there, pushed her out onto her backhand and then back across this side onto her forehand. So 2-6. Nice shot. Thadia Locke really is one of the few players in pickleball who, you know, you can target somebody's backhand as much as you want, and you do it to Thadia and it's to your peril because her backhand is possibly better than her forehand. 6-2. And her movement. Oh, wow. Wow. Oh, and she hurdles the barrier. Such effort there, and so unfortunate. But a great point by Thadia. You can't argue with the fact that, you know, she plays these points out. It's almost like she's 2 shots ahead. Oh, nice play. Ooh, she nearly made it. Great shot though there by Jessica. Come on, Jess, keep going. So it's 2-7. Yeah, the power in these shots. And I'm not sure it shows just how powerful and quick these women are. But when you're here watching it live, it's incredible. 7-2. Oh, that one went out. Oh, that was a great shot. Look at this here on the replay. Deep and wide. 9-2. Ah, that's a shame because she decided to go in. She followed it in, then took just a slight step back. And I think if she'd continued her momentum to the kitchen line, she might have just reached that. So 10-2 it is. Come on, Jess, grind it out. Oh, and that's out. Unfortunate. And there's a win for Thadia Locke. 11-2. Jess played really well there. She really put some effort in. Some of her shots were amazing, and she's currently laying on the side of the court. Yeah, I think she deserves a little break there. Not sure Thadia's going to pick her up or. Handshake and a pull up. Okay, we'll be back in a little while for Louis Leville v Michael Chivak. We'll see you in a while. Hello and welcome back to Bolton Arena for the next of our round robin games. This is the highest level men's singles we're playing today. And looking at the group of 6, and Louis Leville opposite in the yellow and blue outfit is currently top of the leaderboard. He's played 2, won 2. And he's playing against Michael Sivak. Michael's from Leeds. He's got his family here watching. He's from Slovakia. He's in his mid-30s. Louis Leville opposite. Louis is a London lad from Wimbledon. He's actually employed by the Roehampton Club. And he's the golf and games manager. I know he's certainly been trying to introduce pickleball to the rest of the staff there, and I'm sure that in no time at all they'll all be playing. Louis is a very, very talented player. He started playing probably 5 years ago now. Started playing with a group in South London area pickleball, and then went on to form Wimbledon pickleball with his mum Carolyn and his brothers. I think those of you that have been watching for most of the afternoon would have seen Louis' younger brother Guy playing earlier. Louis ranked the #1 singles player in England, and he's trying to dominate straight away, so he's gone 1-0 up. A nice deep return there. It's come into the net beautifully there without too much of reach. 2-0. That one was out. Louis got every shot in the book. There he is at the net. He doesn't miss much, although I'll probably just given him commentator's curse, but so 4-0. Nice shot there. He's brought him into the right ankle and then, sorry, the left ankle as you see it, and gone down the line. Short serve there. Unfortunate. I've not seen Michael play before, but hopefully he's enjoying his experience here at the English Nationals. Oh, nice touch. Oh, great get, Louis. So athletic, these young men. Louis said, I think he's 27 years old now. 5-0. And that'll turn. They'll change ends at 6. They play in these round robin groups. They're playing 1 game to 11. And Louis has been playing all over Europe this year. I know he played in the Spanish Open. He's doing well. He might even smile for the camera. He always likes a colourful outfit, does Louis? Michael's going to have the opportunity to serve here. Don't know if it's just me, but I always like to see somebody get at least a point in any game. Maybe I'm not as competitive as a lot of people. Nice shot. Nice shot. And there it goes. I'm happy if no one else is. Two zero. That was close to the line, that one. See if we can see it on the replay. Yeah, my eyesight's not great. Oh, what a touch there. Things you go for a winner down the line there, and if your opponent does get it, they can create a nice angle there. Good reach. That's a nice shot. Got such quick hands, these guys. So 2-6. Six two. Yeah, he left that one. Looks like it was out. 7-2. That's a big risk. Yeah. So he ran all the way round his backhand there, giving him a better angle, but then he left the rest of the court open, a lot to cover. So 2-7. I can see over the side of the court there. We've got Louis' mum, Carolyn, sitting watching. In a white top. Proud of her boys. So apart from pickleball, Louis is also a very talented golfer and squash player. Although I'm not sure he plays much squash now, but his golf's still pretty good. Eight two. Oh no, he's might actually be 9-2. I'm sure he just served from the left-hand court. Yeah. Must be. Let's have a look. It's 2-10, yeah. I thought so. And the good thing with pickleball is you can generally tell the score by what side they're serving. Those of you that are new to pickleball, when you're serving, if your score is even, you serve from the right-hand side of the court, and if your score is odd, you serve from the left-hand side. So, pretty impressive win there for Louis Leville, 11-2. And that'll keep him on the top of the leaderboard. I think we worked out there were 3 groups in this tournament. And if there's 3 groups, I'm going to guess it's the top 2 go through and the best 2 third place. So well done. We'll be back with you with the next game as soon as we can. And I think the next game is going to be Daniel Wren against James Salter. 2 very, very talented young men. Daniel Wren is an incredible young player, and hopefully he'll perform well on the show court. We'll see you shortly. And welcome back to Bolton Arena. We have Daniel Wren against James Salter. And we have a table here. Now, we've already seen one game out of this group. We saw Pep Giuliano playing Brian Potter. And here's another two of the guys from this group. And Pep had quite a convincing win against Brian. But he's sitting in third place behind James Salter. So Daniel Wren sitting in fifth place, which is very surprising because he's such a talented player. So they're about to start the game. We have Daniel Wren in the red shirt, and we have James Salter in the grey shirt. And James has chosen to serve. Oh, nice rally. Well done, guys. Now, unusually, this is a match where both players are left-handed, which you see occasionally, but not that often. Oh, what a drive. Now, I'm not sure if it went in or not. Still can't see. 0-0. Nice touch, Daniel. So Daniel's from Kent. He's from Broadstairs in Kent, although he's currently at university down in Portsmouth. 18 years old. I think Daniel got into the final of the men's doubles last year at Nationals with Big Andy Portlock, and I think they lost in the final. James is quite new to pickleball compared to some of the other young men. James is from Norfolk and came to the game from badminton. I think they're determined not to score any points. So 0-0. I think this is one of the things some people find frustrating about pickleball. You can play a number of points without anyone scoring. And for younger people, that's certainly much younger players. They like to see that they're scoring a point for something. You can win a rally and not score. So I think we've probably had 6 or 7 points so far, and we're still on 0-0. Not anymore. Here we go, 1-0. Nice shot. So side out, Daniel serving at 0-1. That went long, 2-0. I think both these guys played in the qualifiers for the MLP. That's out. Full 0. Oh, what a drive. He's happy with that. think we even saw a fist pump. Yeah, he put that away. Six 0. They should be changing ends. Yep, I think they are. Probably both slightly surprised that the score's 6-0. I was certainly imagining it was going to be a bit closer. But it can turn so quickly. Oh, wow. I'm sure he hit that through his legs. Let's see if we can see it on a replay. Yep, he did. It's always worth a try. 0-6. Oh, there you are. Daniel's picked up his first point. 1-6. Oh, he's got it. And that. I think it went long. I'm amazed he even got to it. Yep, it was long. 6-1. Oh, nice shot, Daniel. Oh, what lovely play. That'll give him a bit of confidence now. 2-6. Oh, there's another sorry, not sorry. 3-6. Great drive there. Great hands there by both these guys. Oh, what an amazing shot. It's like he picked his spot there. He's watching that ball, and yes, there it goes. Into the corner. 6-4. Oh, that's a beauty. Seven 4. Nice. Daniel won't want this to slip away, so he'll be fighting for every point. The further your partner gets ahead, the more difficult it seems to become. That won't help. He's got to steady himself here. James will be quite happy with a nice drive. Oh. We must have missed a few points there, because I thought it was 8-4. I can't count. James seemed to go away at the end of that point, so we're assuming it was an 11-4 win to James Salter. And we'll see you for the next game. Might be able to tell you what that game is. Peter Hitchman and... My eyesight's terrible. I'm trying to read a screen here, and I'm... William East. William East, Peter Hitchman. Okay, we'll be back shortly with that game. See you soon. Hello, welcome back to Nationals at the Bolton Arena. Coming back to another group game between two young men here. We've got Peter Hitchman and William East, and we'll tell you a bit more about these guys shortly, but we'll have a quick look at the table so far. So you can see from the table that William, or Will as he's better known, currently in second place. He's got 2 wins from 3 games. And Peter Hitchman currently in 4th place. So I'll tell you a bit about these guys before they start the game. So Peter Hitchman, he was here co-commentating with me earlier. Peter's been playing about 6 years now. Part of a family of pickleball players, both Peter's cousins. In fact, 3 of Peter's cousins, Will, Sam and Jamie Basford, all play pickleball too. They play in the rugby area in Warwickshire. A little bit of information about Will East. So Will currently lives in America. He lives in Wisconsin, and Will was taken to America to play Division 1 college tennis. And he's obviously taken to pickleball very well. His interesting thing about him, I'm sure there's many interesting things, but Will has an Instagram page with 8,500 followers. He's the Prince of Pickleball. So those of you that are on Instagram, follow away. I'm 57 years old. My knowledge of Instagram is limited. But I know there's lots of pictures on it. So, but with 8,500 pickleball followers, I'm assuming he's a popular young man. I'm going to get somebody to look up my Instagram account and see how many followers I've got. He might be the Prince of Pickleball, but I'm Lardy Lou. I've got 77. Not as popular. Okay, let's get on with this game then. I think Peter started well. And he's at 1-0. I guess Peter needs to win this one to jump from 4th position. He doesn't want Will to get too far ahead of him. Nice sliced drive return. 1-0. Out. Okay, so when you see Peter serve again, you'll see that he's wearing a Holy Toledo t-shirt. Now, I don't know if she's watching, but I think he was given that t-shirt, along with a couple others, by the wonderful Betsy Keniston. Betsy's a big supporter of pickleball in Europe. She's from Ohio, although also has a place in Florida, South Florida. So plays a bit of pickleball out there, but also a bit of golf. Betsy's been over to the UK and Europe to play in a couple of our events. So if you are watching, Betsy, welcome to our live streaming. Hope you're enjoying it and hope you managed to watch some of the MLP yesterday. I know she's very fond of Peter. Oh, that one went out. So on with the game. So we've got Will serving at 3-2. Lovely deep return there. Two, 3. Oh, what a shot. Great drive there by Peter. He'll be happy with that. He's got a few nicknames as Peter. Well, I'm going to call him Outserve Hitchman. He has been referred to as Peter the Hitman Hitchman. Nobody believes he's still only 23, 24 years old. I think the beard and the fact that he seems to have been playing forever, people assume that he's somewhere in his mid-30s. And his maturity, of course. Nice shot, Peter. Unlucky there, Will. They're going to turn on this one, I think. Too busy talking to follow the score, but I think that's 6-3. Peter looks happy with that. He's a real happy chappy. Always smiling. Win or lose, he's smiling. Oh, nice. He's got a great touch, this kid. Young man, sorry, it's my age. 3-6. That'll make 4. See Peter's cousins watching over on the sideline. They're all very supportive of each other. In fact, all 3 of them played in the MLP teams yesterday, in different teams. So, but each supporting each other when they weren't actually playing. So I've got the lovely Karen Mitchell asking me if she wants her to take over the commentary. But while I'm looking at 2 handsome young men, why would I walk away? And I've got 2 handsome young men sitting next to me as well. Sorry, nearly missed them off. Peter showing his soccer skills there. 5-7. Oh, and as I've looked up, I've seen Peter's uncle watching as well. So. These lads put so much slice and stuff on the ball. Almost impossible to get back. 7-5. Drives that one out. Oh, what a drive. That's a great passing shot. 6-7. Oh, round the post. That's impressive. This boy knows how to play. I'd like to say I taught him that shot. It'll be a lie. 7-6. That'll give him a bit more confidence if he's not confident enough already. That's another great shot. Wow. Eight, 6. Lovely deep shot there. Oh, I think it went out. Yep. 7-8. Eight. I think this is probably the closest game we've seen on this court so far. Will serving at 8-8. I want to keep this. Oh, that's out. It's got plenty of opportunity. I think somebody was going to get the ball then, but I think Peter's glad of a couple more seconds rest. 8-10. Nine, 10. This is 1 game to 11. Win by 1. And that's it. What a close game. 11-9, and I think Will East would have maybe picked up another 1 or 2 Instagram followers on that. So he's, as I mentioned earlier, he's got nearly 8,000 Instagram followers. Will, yeah, he's the Prince of Pickleball on Instagram.
Self-named?
Self-named, I guess. He's at a university in Wisconsin.
A bit like I'm the Queen of Pickleball.
Karen Mitchell's joined me, the Queen of Pickleball. Not self-named, actually. I think there's a few people calling her that.
It was a friend that bought me a water bottle and put the name on, so I didn't call myself that.
Oh, you are the Queen of Pickleball, though.
No.
So while you're sitting here, Karen Mitchell, and we've not got a game on, it might give us opportunity to have a little chat about nationals and how you feel it's been going so far.
Well, it's the players that will tell you how it's going, really. I mean, from my perspective, we had the challenge of the Wi-Fi going down in the arena first thing, which meant that we had to do things old school to begin with.
Pen and paper.
No, shouting. Getting people to court. I just said, if you're due on at 9 o'clock, get on the court, right? So
it works.
It does work, yeah. And we got the games playing at 9 o'clock, so that's good. But it was a while before the Wi-Fi came back and we could have the scrolling screen and everything. But because of phones and all the rest of it, we could get the scores in and get things moving. Yeah. So that's good. That's very good. I'm glad it was today, not tomorrow, though, because tomorrow we are jammed packed.
How many players tomorrow?
I reckon we might have 410 people here tomorrow.
Oh, wow.
I know, I'm a little bit daunted myself.
Yeah, I'm frightened for you. Yeah. In fact, I might not even play tomorrow. I might just go home.
Well, that's one of my biggest challenges at the moment is that, people pull out either because of injury or because of COVID or whatever.
Or because their car breaks down at Clackett Lane Services.
Well, I hope they're turning up.
Well, so do I.
And so, of course, then you don't want to spoil everyone's tournament, so we're trying to get them replacement partners or putting people together or whatever. So that's quite a challenge. But you know what, I just want to say while we're just chatting, the best thing about this tournament so far, apart from the team competition yesterday, MLP English style, the best thing for me is Franklin came over here. Yeah. Our sponsors. Yeah. And oh my God, are those guys lovely. Oh, Jared Franklin is absolutely gorgeous and
charming.
Aaron's style does not stop smiling, does he?
No.
I'm going to call him Aaron's Smile.
Aaron's Smile rather than style. I like it.
Yeah, me too.
Let's do this.
Yeah, absolutely.
Aaron's Smile.
Yeah. And they are chatting with all the players. Yeah. And Jared came up to me and said, I'm talking to players and asking them about their pickleball story, and there are so many inspiring stories. You should go around and film the players and ask them their stories. So I'm hoping that Harrison, when he's been freed up from the live streaming piece, that he might go around and interview some players and get some of their stories on footage. So,
interesting, I don't know if you saw earlier, but just before the game started, I saw Jared on court. I think he was actually teaching somebody to play pickleball, and hopefully if you wind back,
we can pick that up.
Yeah, you can pick that up, but going back to the MLP yesterday and 8 teams, 8 owners and very impressive, and everyone coming where they could to support their team and the owners. Invested the Franklin team. they made it Franklin family.
They did,
were
didn't they?
so invested in
Yeah,
their team,
yeah.
cheering right to the last minute.
They really
So,
were. And I actually think they may have been the 5th and 6th players.
well, yeah. Yeah, certainly. And the encouragement, obviously I was representing UK Pickleball Shop Let's Play, and as much as I tried to support my team and encourage my team with the backing of Jane and Mike, you know, these guys, they were there
They
on
really
every step of the way, and yeah, they were impressive. They, you know, their outfits weren't as nice as my outfits. You know, come on, let's be honest.
I know, but Franklin
You know.
family on the T-shirt.
Franklin family, that was clever.
It's really clever, right?
Really, really clever.
And you know what? It is a Franklin family organisation.
It is. And you know, they have family throughout it. You know, I know the Franklin company was started by Jared's grandfather.
Father, exactly.
You know, and his
Who's now
father.
no longer with us,
Yeah,
sadly.
and
But
you know, making baseball gloves
Yeah.
and etc.
Yeah.
And, you know, real family thing. But they now are working with family. You know, like
Yeah.
JW and Georgia
Yeah.
and Julie. You
Yeah.
know, they've got families.
it's in their
playing
DNA. It's in
for
their
the
DNA.
Franklin
I
family.
love it. I really do.
Yeah, no, it's
And they're great partners.
Yeah.
For us, they really are.
yeah, and I've got to say, you know, I've had lots of comments, etc. This Franklin ball on this surface,
It's perfect,
Oh,
isn't it?
yeah, and I don't know whose decision that was to use this ball on this surface. Genius. It, like, probably you, Karen, but it really does work.
Well, actually, to be fair, we were playing with the Franklin ball before they sponsored us, right?
Okay, yeah.
But because we love the ball, we were talking to them about sponsorship, and so now it's perfect because they get to provide the ball that we love.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. And it is on this surface
it's
in particular.
perfect. It's perfect.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
So
And actually, you know, when you were looking at the team event yesterday, didn't you think that the play was so brilliant? I think part of that is down to the ball as well.
yeah, sure.
I mean, obviously the players are doing the shots and everything, but it's it reacts on the surface and enabled those fabulous rallies.
Yeah.
I'm not sure my heart has actually got over that
No.
final yet. That
No,
final
it was
dream
incredible,
breaker.
wasn't
It wasn't
it?
it? It really
Incredible.
was. Yeah.
By every member of both teams.
Absolutely.
You know, yes, Franklin came away with the
Oh,
championship.
but Roehampton Club
Wow.
were amazing. In
Yeah.
fact, I thought they had it. I think
Yeah.
didn't somebody choke on match point, and that allowed Franklin back in.
Yeah, quite
So,
possibly. It was
yeah,
such a great game.
It really
and,
was. Yeah.
You know, and you've got the likes of Freddie Powell who's playing now.
Yeah.
You know,
Should we be commentating?
well, maybe, but the standard of the play, and you look at Freddie now.
Yeah.
You know that his contribution to the MLP was amazing,
It was.
as is his contribution to this singles
Yeah,
event. You
yeah.
know, we'd never even heard of Freddie Powell before the English Open earlier this year.
No,
He
no.
came in, he took the silver medal in best of three.
Yeah.
You know, against another incredible British player.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
he's obviously wiping the floor with Bernie at the moment. Now, I've got to tell you, Bernie lives near Brighton, so he's played on our court a few times. Really nice guy. Played college tennis in the US.
Okay.
His wife Marcia is playing here this weekend as well. He loves singles, although he was challenged with a back issue in the summer. And in fact, at one point, he pulled out of singles this weekend. But then he had, lots of work on it and decided that he could do it. So at the last minute, he came back into singles.
Unfortunately, he's playing against probably one of the best two players in the country.
I know. I know.
And
to
I
be
suspect
fair-
there's
to
a
be
little bit of an
fair-
age difference.
There is. That's what I was about to say, that Bernie should be in the 50-plus category, but he chose to play 19-plus to give him the best competition. He wants the challenge. Was that in?
No, I think from Freddie's reaction, it was... I don't know. Yes, it was in. 1-6.
Wow.
1-6. He's a nice player, isn't he?
Yeah, and that was a generous line call on his part as well. I think that was out, but he got the point anyway, so...
Yeah. 2-6.
And another little fact about Bernie, he strings tennis tennis rackets, sorry.
Oh,
not
does he?
paddles. Yeah.
You said that word.
I know.
That T word.
You know, there's nothing wrong with the T word.
You like it?
I can't play it.
Me neither.
I have to say,
Oof.
I used to love watching it when it was Bjorn Borg,
Oh,
Jimmy Connors, you know,
Karen,
McEnroe.
you're showing your age.
I know.
Personally,
I know.
I didn't know there was tennis before Andy Murray.
You
But I'm
liar.
so much younger than you.
You are.
Oh, he's got it. Oh, and
Oh,
that.
wow.
Oh, it was just one shot too many. Great.
That
Great
was a-
reactions from
yeah.
both the guys there.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That was a wonderful point.
I really
played,
hope
both
a
of
lot
them.
of people are getting to watch this live. And if not watching it live, managing to, on
Afterwards.
on catch up
Yeah.
or whatever we call it.
Yeah.
What a drive.
His backhand drive is something to behold.
Yeah, it is. I haven't seen a better backhand in the game,
No.
to be honest. Don't get me wrong, Thaddeus' backhand in the women's game is
Yeah.
incredible, but
Yeah.
the power, the
I know,
accuracy,
I know. There you go.
Really? Really, Freddie? Come
You're toying
on.
with Bernie. It's not fair.
Oh, look at that. Look at that drop. Yeah, look, Bernie can't even find the ball.
He's got help.
Oh, there. He's help from your husband.
I know. He's always in the right place at the right time, Chris.
Well, I hope he is on Sunday. So for those of you that don't know, Chris Mitchell-Karen's husband is my doubles partner on Sunday. And
I think there's more pressure on Lou, really, than on Chris, because, Chris won Nationals last year with me.
Uh-huh.
Just saying.
Yeah, I'm just going to go back to the result of this game, and it seems like Freddie's won that pretty convincingly.
Yeah. But, given the age
11-2.
gap,
Yeah.
given other circumstances, I think that Bernie played very well there.
He did.
Yeah.
He did. But you can play out of your socks, and you're playing Freddie Powell.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of people here just be happy to be on court with Freddie
And
and
actually,
Louis. And
that is the way to view it, really,
Yeah.
because, they are the best players in this country,
Yeah.
and to play them is an honour and a privilege.
Absolutely.
Oh, look, we've got Darren Walsh and Louis Leville next.
Oh, now we're talking.
We are.
We're talking. I expect we'll carry on talking, will we? Now, let's see if they're around. I can see Louis at the end of the court there in his very bright yellow
Yep.
shirt.
His zebra colours.
We
Now,
should-
actually,
there's
we
Darren
had
over there as well.
Yeah, we had a team zebra yesterday, and sadly they didn't do as well as I thought they would, and that's probably because of Anthony being injured. He popped his knee before the competition, so he was replaced by James Salter, who did really well, by the way. He played
Yeah, he did play very well. Yeah.
He's very athletic,
Yeah.
badminton player in his background. But I felt that the dynamic wasn't quite there, and I think it's because Anthony was there as captain,
Yeah.
but he was in so much pain he
Yeah.
couldn't really rally his team.
I actually saw him in the afternoon,
Yeah,
literally laying
I
on
know,
the bench.
he was in so much pain.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I felt for him. I really
Yeah.
did.
so I felt a bit for Shiana, the sponsor, but her sponsored player, Louis, came second with
indeed.
Roehampton Club. So,
Yeah.
she
Yeah.
overall, Zebra did well.
Yeah, they did. Is
Yeah.
it zebra or zebra?
Well, I say zebra. What do you say?
Zebra. Potato.
Potato. No, I'm just
Tomato?
joking. Tomato. Definitely tomato. Definitely
Is it
tomato.
definitely?
Zebra. It's got a C there. So
Zebra.
Zebra. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, you might be right. It's not often you're right, Karen, but you might
I'm
be
always right.
always right. But if you're always right and I'm always right, where are we going? Oh, now I can see Darren Walsh walking round the side of the court now.
Now, Darren Walsh last year was the tallest player here, but he's not this year.
No, there's that volleyball guy.
professional volleyball player, and I've just faced off to him about, I don't know, 20 minutes ago.
Yeah.
And it was like, you know when you're sort of like near something, like a double-decker bus?
Yeah.
It felt like I was looking up at a double-decker bus. Not that he looks like a double-decker bus, but you know what I'm saying?
But he's tall. He's
He
as
is.
tall as a double-decker bus.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, he's incredible. In fact, I can see him here.
Yeah.
He's his head's in the clouds.
And he's a really nice guy as
Oh,
well.
is he?
Oh, yeah. Really
Okay.
nice.
So we've had a professional volleyball player,
A
professional lacrosse player,
We've got
professional squash player,
Yeah.
professional tennis players,
Yeah.
and there's you and I, Karen.
Well, I'm a professional.
In fact, we've got somebody here who's a professional women's soccer player as well.
Well, you were too.
Not professional. No,
Are you
I
not?
played international, but not professional.
Oh, okay. Who's the
But-
professional soccer player?
Well, she's over there. I'm not going to name any companies, but she's with a shoe company. And,
Dina.
Dina Rahman.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
So we've got at least 5 professional or ex-professional
Sports people.
and from different sports.
Yeah.
So, like, how incredible is pickleball?
Yeah.
That you've got, and in America now, you've got professional American football players buying teams.
Yep.
Kim
Kim Cloisters.
Yeah,
With Tom Brady.
Yeah. LeBron James.
LeBron.
James
They
is
call
his
it
name.
LeBron, isn't it? Yeah, LeBron James.
LeBron.
Yeah.
It's a good
Yeah.
name, I suppose. LeBron. It's not as good as Louise, but they've started the game. Okay,
Right.
here we go. Let's get on it. So we've got Louis Laville here in the yellow, and we've got Darren.
And I think my money is on Louis.
Oh, you've got more money than me. Right. Whoa.
I think that was
Dunno.
out.
He's gone to the evens court, so I'm going to say it was in.
Do you?
Oh, no, because Louis might be
Yeah.
on zero. No, it's 2.
Oh.
2-0.
Wow.
I think that went out. So
The
again,
shot before that, though, that flick of the wrist, that was fabulous.
yeah. So Darren's gone 3-0 up, and Darren, an ex-tennis
I might have
player.
spooked. Oh,
Oh.
I was about to say I might have spooked it when I said my money was on Louis.
Yeah. And I'd have a bet with you, but I think gambling live on air is illegal.
I wasn't betting for money.
Okay. Just for love. So yeah, and so Darren, he's an ex-professional tennis player. He ranked really high. I think he was top 150 in the world.
That was a lovely shot.
Can you imagine being the top 150 tennis player in the world? In
That's
the
it,
world.
it's incredible.
Like-
yeah, it's incredible. Very impressive.
Yeah. And
But I'm figuring he doesn't play pickleball that often.
No, he doesn't.
I mean, he couldn't make it to the English Open, for
Yeah.
instance. He is reigning men's doubles champion
With
with
James
James.
Chowdhury.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Another nice player, another ex-tennis player.
yeah.
Must be nice to come from a sport where you get the technical background, that you know how to hit the shots.
Yeah.
And for many of us, I was
Look
a
how
football.
hard they're hitting
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
I don't think my muscles could even do that. And the accuracy.
Yep. Absolutely. So here we go. 0-4. I think the difference between Darren and you and I, Karen, is Darren gets to the kitchen line in 2 steps.
That's true.
Oh, that looked long.
Yeah. He does make short work of that court, doesn't
He
he?
does, yeah.
Come on then, Louis, let's get on the books.
Out.
You're overdoing it. You're overdoing it.
Karen giving a bit of coaching from the commentary box. Yeah. I'm not sure that's allowed either.
He's trying too hard on that corner, I think. Oh, that was a lovely
Yeah,
shot.
it was nice.
Very nice. Got to do that on your serve, Louis.
It's unusual that he's got trainers on that aren't the same colour as his outfit.
Oh, that's true. Maybe they're his lucky
What a
trainers.
shot.
That was gorgeous, Louis.
Hold on, we've got a ball come underneath us here, Karen. This one here. I'm just going to throw this across to 1-4.
Oh, that was so close.
Darren makes it so difficult because he gets into the net so quickly,
Yeah.
and with such a big wingspan,
Yeah.
you know, to pass him is so difficult.
And I noticed that Louis' brother Guy is watching.
Oh, what a shot. Yeah, Guy unfortunately got to play Freddie Powell first game and didn't get the opportunity to take much from it.
In fact, I was going to say Guy and Freddie are watching this match.
So 5-1. I don't recall the last time I saw Louis Laville go 5-1 down.
No, me neither.
1-5.
But he's got plenty of time to come back.
He's
Ooh.
unbelievable.
Wow.
I wish I was that tall. 5-1.
That height might help for a lot of things, but I'm sure it's got to be problematical for others, though, right? You've got to really bend your knees, right?
No. I'm 5'1" and I can't bend my knees, Karen.
That's age, dear.
Oh. That's long. That's long. Okay, you'd be happy with that.
Yeah.
2-5. Right, that one went out. 3-5. So at the end of the court here, Karen, I noticed there's the banner. Is that to stop the distraction? At the end of the court, you've put the banner.
Oh, no, it's because we've been doing some medals on the
Oh.
other side of the banner.
Okay.
Because some of the games this morning finished at 1:30. It's a bit much to ask them to stay.
Okay.
For the
I
medal
hope I
ceremony.
didn't miss the medal ceremony with Suzanne Rouse and Liz Batten.
I'm afraid you did.
Oh.
They got a lovely photo. In fact, actually, Suzanne had a photo taken with her with a Franklin pink paddle, and she said to Jared Franklin, "Can I keep it?" And he said yes.
Wow.
She got a free paddle.
I'm going to
I
find
probably
somebody.
shouldn't say that on live streaming, should I?
No, I'm going to find somebody who's got a Bentley and ask them if I can have my photo taken, and then just say, "Can I keep it?" So Louis turning on 6-5.
See, you couldn't count him out.
No. Yeah, his brother's smiling at him, so he's clearly impressed.
Oh, nice.
What a get.
Oh, shame it.
Okay.
A little bit off.
Can you see from here, does Guy Laville's shirt, has that got Merton written across the top?
I can't see. My eyesight's not good enough.
Oh, that was out.
It was.
So Guy, I think he might have played squash for Merton. I also think he did like a mini marathon. You know, like when they do the London Marathon.
Yeah. Oh, that was a
great
lovely
shot.
passing shot. Beautiful.
I think he ran the mini marathon
Oh, did he?
yeah.
He also did something very spectacular for the Duke of Edinburgh.
Wow, what a
That
drive
was-
that was.
That was amazing.
Let's see that again.
Yeah, look, he got a handshake from Freddie for that. That was incredible.
8-5. He's turned this around.
And another one.
Yeah, he's
I
getting
think
on
that
top
he was
now.
maybe feeling
The pressure.
no, feeling Darren out, checking what he could do.
How do you think?
You know, and then
Lulling him into a false
yeah,
sense of security.
I think he was. Mental tactics.
Yeah, 9-5. See what Darren can do with this. Yeah, nice, great depth. Yeah, he's not getting that. Nice play there from Darren. 5-9.
Of course, this game is only to 11, win by 1, so you know you can't really leave it too late.
No,
With a comeback.
but it doesn't take much to come back.
It does
6-9,
not,
or it's
no.
only 3 points in it. Oh, what a beauty. Was that in?
It was very
Yeah.
much in.
Seven, 9. What? What? How quick are these guys' hands?
I know.
Boom, boom.
Oh.
8, 9.
That was a lovely shot, Louis.
Nine, 8.
That was a long 10-8, 1 point. Hold it together, Louis.
Keep it in play,
Actually,
Darren.
sorry, I sound partisan.
You
I shouldn't.
do. Oh,
Well, it's
that's
because I
it.
made a prediction at the
You
beginning,
did.
right? So
And your prediction, it turns
was
out,
correct.
was right.
Yeah, yeah. See,
Yeah,
when
nice game.
You want to put your money where your mouth is, really.
You do.
So
Great game there. Great
it
performance
was
by
well
both
done.
the guys.
And actually, you know, I'm not sure which round we're in.
We're still in the round robin, I think.
Well, then we'll see Darren back again, I'm
Yeah.
sure.
In fact, I'm not sure we saw the table at the start of this game. And although we got it up now, and although this hasn't got those points on it, we can see Louis top of the leaderboard. And Darren down there in 5th place, which, you know, what a surprise.
My God,
such a
for
talent.
that play. Oh, wow.
Yeah, so William East, the Prince of Pickleball, is up there in 2nd. Tom Turney from the Isle of Wight. He's doing really well, yeah. Peter in 4th,
but this is just one of the groups. There's also there are 3 groups,
Yep.
which that in itself is, you know, amazing, right?
to have 18 guys at this level of play
and this age,
you know, pickleball, you know, pickleball in the UK is still young. It's a baby, and we're producing players at such a high standard so early on.
It's brilliant, isn't it?
It's incredible, and you know,
next up is the quarter-final.
Quarter-final will be in about 15 minutes, I think. The quarter-final. So I can still see some groups going on. So they can't be ready quite yet. But, wow, amazing.
I'm going to go and check on that then.
Yeah,
so.
you check
Okay,
on that.
I will.
I'll go and powder
Lou.
my nose. Goodbye.
and welcome back to the 2022 English Nationals. We have our first quarter-final match on court 1 between Katie Binks of Southampton and Thadia Locke of London. Should I say Guildford? Looking through the singles bracket, Thadia Locke being the 1 seed plays Catherine Binks. Jessie Danger against Hannah Stockton on court 2. Fiona Edwards against Jess Wilson on court 3. And Val Vladea against Emily Jelly on court 4. And I think we are ready to go. Katie serving 0-0-2. Katie looking a little bit hesitant to come in. I think she knows that Thadia has a lot of firepower from the back of the court and is always looking for a target. A fun match up here as they're both good friends and often play down at David Lloyd in Southampton together. Thadia is on a good run, having won the MLP with Team Franklin yesterday and having not lost a match today in singles, so probably the favourite in this match, but Katie can definitely play some really strong pickleball and have to be wary of her touch. Thadia 3-0. Thadia making sure that she keeps Katie at the back. I think Katie wanting to try and figure out early in this match whether she can get shorter balls to attack the net, because she doesn't want to be coming in when she's pushed deep. Thadia with a quick 5-0 start here. Nice shot by Thadia. So for those watching, this quarterfinal match is a first to 15, change at 8, unlike the group stages which have been first to 11. Each player will get 1 timeout, should they so choose. Thadia moving Katie around the court here, bit of variety. Oh, I think that one skipped off the centre line there, and a tough one for Katie to control. Almost. Great attempt by Katie to chase that one down, but Thadia's taken a very commanding 8-0 lead at the change of ends. And Katie's got to figure out a way of making sure that Thadia does not get the first hit in here. It might be a wise time to think about taking a timeout. That change of ends was very, very quick. But, we're running through points pretty quickly here. It's a very good deep shot from Thadia there. Katie trying out one of the new Franklin paddles for the first time in this tournament. Shout out to Franklin here for being one of our Pickleball England sponsors. Their support is greatly appreciated here, and they were very much rewarded with an exciting win in the final of MLP yesterday. Shot from Katie. Now can she attack the net? It's unfortunate. Could have pushed the net there when she had Thadia on the run. Again, Thadia controlling the middle of the court and making Katie run around. For those of you that tune in to the Pickleball England events quite a bit, I think it's quite nice to see 1 year later on just how much a lot of the players have improved and how there's quite a big interest now and a big take-up in the women's 19 plus 4-0 category. Last year there were, I think, 7 players in total, and now we've at least doubled that, and the standard is definitely going up. I think we've just got a highlight reel there from Louis Laville and Darren Walsh, and an entertaining match from before. And unfortunately for Katie, that was a pretty quick one, but all friends at the end of it, and that's really what we're looking for here. And what brings the pickleball community together is that camaraderie but friendship after. And that sees Thadia Locke through to the semi-finals, and we will take a break. Yep, let's go. And welcome back. We have an exciting quarterfinals men's 19 plus to bring you. Two guys not overly well known in the pickleball England scene just yet. Freddie Powell down this near side made his first appearance in pickleball England events at the English Open, making final of the men's Open in the singles category. And we have William East down the far end from Sheffield originally. He's now working and playing his pickleball out in the US. So if William does end up watching this back, welcome. It's exciting to see some of the guys out stateside taking notice and coming over here and playing in these great events. I believe Will currently resides in Wisconsin, coaches some pickleball, has a Instagram handle and shares some coaching tips. I will share that with all of you shortly. Freddie Powell was a former tennis player, played collegiate tennis out in the US at Drake University. You'll see probably quite a few tennis-style shots in this match. And for those of you interested in following Will East on Instagram and getting some free coaching tips, his Instagram handle is prince_of_pickleball. That is prince_of_pickleball. Some very interesting tips and coaching across his social media handles. He's a fun, energetic guy, so I advise giving him a little bit of a follow. After Freddie's stint in the States with college tennis, he was working in a pickleball facility behind the bar, of all places, and found his way back here doing a master's and has now decided to stay put. And I'm sure we will see him at many of the Pickleball England events and doing well, and hopefully a lot of the European ones as well. He's a strong player. Just to recap, this is a men's quarter-final 19 plus match. It will be one set first to 15, change at 8 points, and each player will get a timeout. Gave Franklin a shout out in the last match that was on this court. I think I've got to give Gearbox a shout out on this one. Both players having affiliations with the Gearbox brand, both using the same paddle. Both of them taking a couple of serves before we get underway. And I think the guys are ready to go. We can find out if Freddie's cheating. Freddie to serve, 0-0. Freddie with a very strong backhand to pass Will. Will came in on a good short ball, took a short swing, punched it through, but Freddie equal to it. Close. Freddie getting away with one there. I think Will putting a lot of pressure as he came to the net, and Freddie popping it up, but William just not able to execute. Freddie off to a quick 2-0 lead. One thing you will see with both of these guys is putting quite a bit of spin on the serve. Their paddles grip the ball well, and they both like to utilize their serve to set up their next shot. Good approach by Freddie, but an even better pass by Will. I think Freddie will take a 3-0 start. Will serving. Great little angle. Can Freddie put it away? Ooh, I think we may have our first challenge if the Hawkeye guys are around. This is going to be very, very close. And I think it caught the line. By the looks of that check, we're at 4-0, Freddie. Just a little long. For those of you that are just tuning in and not aware, we have Hawkeye technology here on court number 1. Not quite what you see with the tennis, where you get the reviews on a big screen, but the Hawkeye tech guys on the side of the court can look back through and check whether the ball was in or out based on a request from one of the players or a challenge from one of the players. 4-1, nice pass by Will. Very, very effective serve to put Freddie in an area of uncertainty and then whip it into the open space. It's almost like Freddie can't believe the ball spun that much and wanted the ball checked. 2-4, 3-4 now. Will with reeling off a few points in a row, a few quick ones, get him settled into this match. Great net coverage. I think it was the surprise of how quick Freddie is around the net and getting that ball back that Will just puts that one in the net. 5-3 lead for Freddie. It's a well played point by Freddie, putting Will in some really awkward positions there. I think, looking at that replay, I think he got a little lucky with that high backhand volley, but take all the luck that you can get. Will a little frustrated there, just overcooking that one. Definitely due to the pressure that Freddie's putting on him and keeping him deep and back there. He feels like he's just got to hit something a little too good. And Freddie once again whipping him out to the side, and it's a quick 8-3 lead as they go to change ends. As I may have mentioned earlier, this is very much some tennis shots being played here. Both have a tennis background. You're seeing a lot of power, a lot of baseline rallies and waiting for that opportunity to come in. I think Freddie being slightly more aggressive than William, and it's paying off at the moment. Big spin serve there. Freddie. That's a phenomenal little shot back behind Freddie there. Great touch, great hands. And I think Will's going to have to pull a few more of these out to get back in this match. He's got to think through this a little bit. I'm sure he's smart. Banging against Freddie so far hasn't been the best tactic. Freddie being very, very effective when the ball's going fast. 9-3 to Freddie. Again, great court coverage from Freddie. Finding answers for the questions that Will's asking him. Just long. Let's see if Will can find a couple of points here on his serve. Great depth there. Looks just wide. It was called wide. We'll have another review here. I think it might have been just wide. We'll soon find out. Hawkeye checking. And the ball was good. Great challenge there from Will. We got 4-10. Only takes one small thing to happen on the court, and scores can turn around like that. And I think that's what Will's going to hope for there with that Hawkeye challenge. 5 serving 10 now. 6 serving 10. And we may have our first timeout. So 6-10, Williams serving. Freddie taking a timeout. Just as Will was finally getting a little bit of momentum and getting back in this match. Smart way for Freddie to hopefully stop the run of points that he has just been on. Just like Will a little bit earlier. Making a little bit of an unforced error with that high backhand volley earlier. Freddie doing the same with the forehand, and we're at 7-10. This one, again going to the challenge, off the net cord. But I think that one was good. I think both players agree. 8. So I think it's 7-10. I think we might have to score wrong. Something like that. Freddie stopping that run of points from William, and I think 10-7 Freddie. We're at 11-7. Freddie with a strong serve. Great little dink there. It's a really well played point. I think William was a little unfortunate there, calling a timeout after a great little dink backhand cross. Freddie equal to it. (12-7) lead for Freddie. Smart time for Will to take a timeout and just let things reset. As I was mentioning a little bit with the women's match earlier, the standard of pickleball across the UK has improved massively over the last year, and it's fun to see a variety of different people here this year. Obviously Will coming over from the States for this event. Freddie, first time at Nationals. Another quarter-final going on between another David Lloyd Southampton player actually and tennis coach. On one of the other courts against a well-established pickleball England player in Wesley Jackson. So Wesley Jackson and Stuart Parminter playing on court 2. Back to this match. Good serve, jamming Freddie up there. 8-13, Will East serving. And that's not what you want there. You want to make him play. 13-8, freebie for Freddie. Well played from Will off a very cheeky serve from Freddie, drawing him in to the net off the serve, and Will returning the favour with a nice little drop volley, making Freddie run. (9-13), Will East serving. And I think that will be challenged. I think it was looking in from here. In fact, quite a bit in. I think Will, moving to his left, probably didn't see it correctly. 13-9, Freddie serving. Freddie with a very, very good point. Will scrambling around and putting it in awkward positions, but Freddie equal to it. This is a really high quality match. 14-9, and we have Freddie has his first match point here in the quarterfinals. High serve. Well returned from Will. And we're at 9-14. (14-9). Freddie serving back to a more orthodox serve, approaches the net. And that is a very, very well played match by Freddie Powell and William East. Great to see two first-timers through to the quarters, playing some good pickleball. And that will wrap up our first quarterfinals here in the men's 19 plus 4-5 category.
Okay, welcome back to English Nationals Pickleball England tournament here. We have a brilliant semi-final coming up. Here we have Hannah Stockton, who's in the red vest on the nearest side, and then we have Thadia Locke in the grey vest on the other side. So this is a semi-final game, and as you can see now on the screen, we have the draw. So Hannah came through with a very good game, very competitive game against Jessie Danger. 15-6 didn't really do it justice. And then obviously Thadia came through quite comfortably against Catherine in her quarter final. So this should be a really, really good game. Two of the strongest women's singles players we have here. And I'm looking forward to it. I really, really am. If you aren't aware from the Velvet Boys, this is Peter Hitchman commentating by himself. Couldn't miss up the opportunity. And yeah, I'll jump back in when the game starts. Okay, I think we are about ready now. Again, Thadia Locke is in the grey, and you have Hannah Stockton in the red. Thadia Locke is using a Pro XR paddle, the ergonomic paddle, which is meant to be better, more designed like a baseball bat, effectively. So better grip, better reset is what the marketing really is. I haven't used one personally, so I couldn't tell you either way. And then Hannah Stockton is using the zebra, I don't quite know how to pronounce it, popular in Spain. Off we go. A bit long there from Hannah. Ooh. Lovely little cut volley there from Miss Locke to kill the point off. 2-0. Brilliant. As you'll see from the quality of Thadia Locke's ground strokes, previously an incredibly good tennis player as her background, and that shines through on a pickleball court. Okay, 0-3, back to the Stockton serve. Along there, and those are the sorts of mistakes you can't make, especially against someone like Thadia, because she's relentless. She doesn't really miss, so you can't give points away. Again, unfortunately, an unforced error there. I'd like to see Stockton coming to the net a little bit, put a little bit of pressure on the lob pass, on the lock pass. Force the issue, because ground stroke to ground stroke, you're not going to win against someone like Thadia. She's brilliant at that sort of a game. So you need to get dinking, you need to get to the net. Again, brilliant ground stroke, brilliant winner. We are at 6-0 here to Thadia Locke. Much better. It's almost like I know what I'm talking about. Comes straight into the net, gets the serve back, and puts that little bit of pressure back on. 0-6. Oh, what a try. A little bit of a frame. Thadia wouldn't be too upset at me saying that, hence the loopiness of the shot, but they all count, ladies and gents, they all count. 6-0. So, coming to the net is very, very important. However, if you put a short return back, middle of the court, that is what's going to happen at this sort of a level against such a player as Thadia Locke. And actually, Thadia's father is here to watch her today, which is amazing. Very, very supportive in the tennis career and now with pickleball. A brilliant coach, a brilliant person to have on the sideline as well for Thadia when needed. So, we're changing again. It's 8-0 to Miss Locke. And again, it's very easy for me to sit here and say that Stockton needs to get to the net and whatnot, but that is all on the approach, on the return of serve. It's on the third shot to force the issue and not make unforced errors, unfortunately, like that. I think a timeout wouldn't go amiss either. And that, the shots you're seeing now from Stockton, they're not just come out of anywhere. That's come out of the level of pressure put on by Locke, because she feels like she needs to go and force the issue, win the point. Again, like that, because she knows that a return that goes down the middle is a bit short is going to get buried. Better. Well played. Brilliant smash, brilliant angle. We're actually at 12-0 now. Great get. Well played, Miss Stockton. Brilliant play. 0-12. Unfortunately, we have got Harrison Wood on the scores. He's known to be a bit slow at times. $12 now. That backhand again. So what you'll see actually quite a lot as an approach in competitive and really, really good singles is you won't necessarily see for someone go for a big angle or down the line, because that creates an angle for your opponent. So a good deep return down the middle is very, very effective, because it makes it so much harder to create the angle to obviously get past. It's just long there. Yeah. We have a game point here and a ticket into the final for Miss Locke. Great backhand. And we have it, ladies and gentlemen. A emphatic performance from Miss Locke. A lovely hug there. And yeah, it's a very, very tough opponent, taking nothing away from Miss Stockton. And Thadia Locke will move on into the final. Next up, oh, it's tasty. We have Freddie Powell the original pickleball backhands founder against Mr. James Salter, the up-and-comer, I'd probably say actually. Lefty, bit awkward, but a very, very good singles player. So we have that on next, and we'll be back then. Okay, welcome back, wonderful Pickle England people. So, right now we have a brilliant, again, semi-final matchup. So, in the grey top, you have James Salter, and then you have Freddie Powell in the red backwards cap on the far side. So this is a 4-5, 19+ semi-final game, 1 game to 15. And here is the draw. So Freddie came through 15-9 against Will East in a brilliant game. Very similar players. And Freddie just came out on top with that. James Salter, from topping his group, got a bye. And now they meet here. So slightly different backgrounds here. You got Freddie, D1 tennis in America. As you can see, brilliant ground strokes, emphatic. Misses the ball there, however. And then on the other side, you have James Salter. So James is a badminton player, relatively new to the game. You're talking, a year and a half, but also plays tennis as well, and has done. So, but more of the badminton. So you'll see him. He stamps around. Is the best way to describe it effectively. He's got brilliant hands. He gets everything back. He slides around. He must go through about 3 pairs of shoes in a tournament. It would be disgusting. However, he's a brilliant player. Quite frustrating to play against. Also, he's a lefty, which is always a bit awkward as a minority. Okay, I think we're about ready to get started. I'm gonna bet on this one. I'm not gonna bet. I'm gonna make a prediction. I'm gonna go 15-7 to Freddie Powell. Because I just think the ground strokes may really be the difference, effectively, in this sort of an encounter. Okay, we're just practicing serves. But what I'd be expecting here, actually, would be a few more firefights. So, and what we mean by firefight is both players up at the kitchen line, dinking into volleying. Which is something you see more and more and more as you go up the ranks in professional singles. Because these professional players and very high level players can't take the risk a lot of the time in passing them because their court coverage is so good. The value, the reward is just not going to be there. So I'm hoping to see a little bit more of that sort of cat and mouse game as well. Okay, 0-0. James Salter to get us underway. Great shot. 1-0, Mr. Salter. I think that may well be the first time Freddie is losing all day. Okay, 0-1. So that is where we see a little bit of a weakness in Salter, would be that drive backhand. At the net, brilliant, but ground strokes, I don't know how effective that is. He was there. Again, you'll just see the sheer athleticism from both of these, especially James, genuinely. His court coverage is superb. Once. Serves a little bit wide there. And then again, that's something you'll see more in a singles game. You can't just dolly your serve at this level. You have to go for it. You have to take the risk of missing a few serves to put that pressure on your opponent, something that William East did very, very well. In his games. Freddie looking a bit, I'm not going to say ropey, but maybe a little bit out of sorts here to start with. He's 3-1 down. Yeah. Too slow, says James Salter. He's not wrong. Yep, he's not wrong. Oh. Okay. Great shot by Freddie. Good pick up. Good reactions to see the ball dropping as well. And yeah, if you haven't watched any Freddie Powell up to this point, look out for that backhand. As I said, look out for that backhand. It is sublime. Real. A bit ropey. Missed 2 serves. 3s. I think that ball may have just skipped off the tape. So obviously, with our way of making courts, obviously here it's on tape, and if you do hit a ball on the tape, it does skid, it does slide, which makes it a little bit more difficult. Again, some uncharacteristic errors here from Freddie Powell. 3-all. Unlucky. He does like that inside-in drive, does Mr. Salter. He's very good at it. And also he hits the ball incredibly hard as well. He's looking, yeah, kick the floor. That'll make all the difference to your terrible shot. As he would self-admit. 4-3. Oh, yes. So, the reason that Freddie Powell is able to hit his backhand so hard is because of the amount of topspin he gets in the ball. So it slams the ball down so quickly, not only in the court, but it will actually move drastically in the air. Oh, good job there from James Salter. And that not only from Powell's backhand, not only makes his backhand difficult to get back because of the movement and the speed and the spin. So you can see why he very much uses it as a weapon. Yeah, great reach. And that is where you'd like to see Salter just play a bit more of a third shot. He's gone to pass him there and just get in the kitchen, get up there, play your way. We love a backhand smash. Lovely. Again, much more difficult than Freddie would make that look. Bit of a lead here. Back to Freddie of old. 6-3. Again, great court coverage from Mr. Powell. He's not necessarily a massively tall guy, but he's got a really good reach. A really good reach. 7-3. 8-3. And we are switching sides at 8. Okay. So let's just analyse really quickly what we've seen there. The more James gets into the net, the more points he wins. As it will be, because he is not going to be able to sit and out-drive, out-ground stroke Freddie Powell. I don't think anybody here could, effectively. So you need to sort of coax him into that cat and mouse game and just go toe-to-toe with it. It's the way you're going to get the closest. And I'd like to see James try and get in a little bit, may slow it down. 8-3. Lovely. Backhand slide. He's blown me a kiss. How nice is that? But again, great form. Simple, done. 9-3. But again, Salt was going for that pass, and as I said, at this level, it's not something you can do every time. Oh my goodness. Did we see that? That is the badminton player in him, and that was an absolutely stunning shot. The athleticism on show again. As I said, superb. Unlucky there after the net cord, but again, that reach, and that is where the badminton in Salter is really on show with that reach, the thrust forward as well, explosive sort of speed. 9-3. Unforced error there from Mr. Salter. 10-3 to Freddie Powell. think that he's just not coming forward. Is the crux of it. And again, I know how easy it is for me to say that sat in a commentary booth watching these two phenomenal players, but again, he's not winning from the back. He's never going to. He's missed it. He really wanted it, and he's missed it. Okay, look at the form. Bam. Good drive there. Mixed it up, went inside out. A timeout. We are at 3-12 in Freddie Powell's favour. But again, let's do a quick bit of analysis. I like this part of it. So again, what we've seen there, and I guess the biggest issue with it from Salter's side is he's hit Powell's serve. There's a lot of topspin, a lot of power, and it makes it difficult to return. It makes it even more difficult to return deep, which is what you need to do. So you watch him when he returns. He takes a step in and then decides against it because he's too scared to get him past. But he needs to get to the net. He's not going to move from the back. We're back in. 12-3. Yeah, it's a bit loose. 12-3. You see, when you're 12-3 up, that's a horrible thing to do. No one likes that. Horrible. 13-3. But they all count, let's be honest. Oh, what a shot from Freddie. But again, you see that return. It landed maybe halfway deep. And I'm not saying this in a bad way in terms of James Salter's return. It's an attribute of Freddie's serve that it's genuinely so hard to get back deep. And that is why it works so well. That's better. It was there. I think Powell wanted to finish with a flourish there. However, he was unsuccessful. 3-14. Come on, James. I mean, I'm not biased, but we want to see more pickleball. Again, we love a backhand smash. Look how explosive he is. Look, lob, off, bang, on his toes. And that's ready position. That is years and years and years of tennis coming to fruition with a much better sport. Oh, look at that. He makes that look so easy. And what a way to finish. 15-3. To Mr. Powell, he's chuffed. He's chuffed. He is punched his ticket into the final. And yeah, I thoroughly enjoy watching him play. He's just brilliant. But again, credit to Mr. Salter. Freddie Powell is a absolutely top tier singles player, player as a whole. And yeah, it's very hard to force the issue. So very good match. Freddie is into the final, and we'll have another semi-final coming up for you very soon. Or perhaps we may have a final. There we go. Okay, so next up on centre court we have our women's singles 4-0 plus 19 plus final. Thaddeus Locke, Val Vladea. We've got Pro XR versus Wilson, and it will be a brilliant, brilliant game. I think last time they played, Val actually won. So it'll be really, really interesting to watch this again. That'll be next up on centre court.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Bolton Arena and the English Nationals Pickleball 2022, and we're about to see the final of the Ladies' Championships featuring at this end. As you have a look, our number one in England, Thadia Locke, and at the other end, a player that I first saw last night in the Major League Pickleball English style, playing a fantastic match last night, Val Valdea. So a thrilling match in prospect. Both of these players, tremendous range of strokes. Thadia, of course, has the pedigree. I love how low Thadia gets, how active her feet are, but equally you can see Val's footwork very, very much activated, on her toes all the time, and a trademark shot that I saw her using last night. Her inside-out little dink, curving away, and also inside-out slice deep to the opponent's backhand if it's a right-handed player. Really got some great paddle control and skill, great reach for her volleying. So I suspect we're going to see some very active rallies, a lot of variety of stroke, a lot of movement around the court. Great match in prospect. If you have a chance to let us know on the YouTube Messenger where you're watching from, we'd love to hear. Yesterday we had folks from Texas, from Scotland, from all over England, from Florida, from Arizona. And it's great to hear from you when you check in with us. Anyway, this is Richard Millman. Excited to be looking forward to this final of the English National Pickleball Championships 2022 coming up soon. So just quickly to mention the route to the final for these two players. Thadia Locke beat Hannah Stockton in the semi-final, and she had come through earlier to beat Catherine Binks. Val, on the other hand, just beat Jess Wilson, a young player from Norwich who's only been playing for 6 months, and won that fairly comfortably. And in her first round she won against Emily Jelly. So anyway, here we go with this final of the English National Championships. If you were watching yesterday, you may have seen that we actually have some VAR in use. I don't know if we're going to be using it today, but line calls with VAR. But starting off this match, Thadia Locke serving. And a long overhit return from Val, a little nervy. Nice transition from Val, but Thadia just threading the needle there. Beautiful roll. As I mentioned yesterday, Thadia gets so low and gets a center of gravity to loop up over the ball. There's another great drive there from Thadia. And that roll that she's able to get, because she's got that low center of gravity, and then the tremendous dip because of the amount of topspin she puts on it. So 3-love, very good start, and Val not quite able to settle down because Thadia's really got her under pressure. Quality, accurate drives right from the word go. Change of tack, a little high, slow return from Val. And what a lovely little punch on the volley there. As we'll see here, sets her feet and then punches it away. Really a very strong start. I know she's the number one, but that's tough. Haven't seen Val yet use her inside-out slice to the backhand here of Thadia. I would have thought it's a shot that she should be trying to employ, carving inside out so that the ball threads away into the backhand corner and away from the player. But 7-love, and it's a tough start. Little short ball, a little chink in the armour for a moment, the ball staying very, very short, and Thadia unable to get the paddle open enough to lift it over that short ball. So 0-7, Val serving. Nice slice there from Val. You saw her carve that ball, and it's very difficult, especially off this surface with this ball, once somebody really slices it in hard to get enough lift, although Thadia's better than anybody I've seen doing it. Again, great dip there from Thadia. And that attempt at a roll with a lob just going a little high. So settling down a little bit, Val come back into it, picked up a couple of points. 2-7. Straight line. And quickly in transition up to the known volley zone line. And we'll see Val here. She does carve this ball very nicely. Yeah, chop and carve. Great racket skills. Obviously, she's been a very, very talented racket sport player prior to involvement in pickleball. Just talking to one of our leading coach educators, Elaine, earlier, and she told me that the first time Val got involved was through the tennis club she's involved with, coming to a leaders course, and that's only a year ago, so she's obviously picked up very quickly. There's that great slice again. Ball just a little deep. So Thadia back in charge at 7-4, serving from the left. And that was right on the line. Oh, that was very, very rough. You saw it just balance on the top of the net cord. And I had thought that that landed on Val's side of the net, but maybe I was wrong. Love to see a replay of that at some point. Lovely dip again. But Val able to get low enough to roll her shot up and over and take Thadia wide. 5-7. If you're not that familiar with pickleball, you will perhaps need to be informed that scoring in singles, the left side is always the odd score, the right side is always the even score. So when players come in, they know, depending on the score, which side to serve on. Oh, what a lovely dipping drive there from Thadia. Unfortunately, the entire advertising hoarding on the right-hand side just collapsed, so we're going to have to take a moment to pick that back up. We want to make sure we look after our sponsors. It's lovely to see members of the Franklin family here yesterday. Actually flew across from the States to be here, and their team won the MLP. Anyway, back to the match. And just wide. So after a tough start, Val Vladea is doing very nicely to just staunch the flow a little bit. Oh, a little miss hit there, a little late on the setup and lost a little concentration. So Thadia back again. And it looked as though that was good. I did not see Val call that out. Roll and dip, and in it went. Yeah, beautiful shot. So 9-5, getting close to the business end of this game. And I feel for Val there. That's exactly the sort of shot I played earlier today when I was playing. Just not getting down low enough and aiming 6 inches above the tape, catching the tape. So game ball to Val for the first game. Oh, it's beautiful hands. I mean, it was a good rampant attack there from Val on the volley, but it was easily dealt with her double-hander from Thadia there. So very nice opening game from Thadia. Val came back into it a little bit, but the lead that Thadia had gained and her confidence on her lines and on her dipping drives, just a little too much for Val to overcome. All right, so changing ends, and that's what we do. Changing ends so that everybody gets a fair shake and the same view. And second game. And that time the backhand dipping roll. And see how low she is. Goodness me, that is beautiful technical skill. If you're learning the game and you're a young person who has that athleticism, watch Thadia, because she'll give you a great demonstration of how to really get your body weight controlled, transferred, and that upward momentum with the topspin. So here we go, 1-love to Thadia. Much better slice there from Val, but it just crept over long, but at least she got the height right. Hitting those slices is about practice and the confidence factor and grooving it. You know, the margins are not great, so you have to really have done that practice to be able to consistently put it where you want it to go. Twice there, Val getting higher. Oh, and a little net cord. And you can see she's definitely favouring her slice and cut. And it's something that I'm sure as she plays more and more, she's going to really fine-tune and get the accuracy and the depth. Depth being so important in this sport when you're playing singles. It's a nice slice, good roll there. And again, she's a little upright on the approach. And if you cut down at all, you're going to catch the top of the tape. You've got to slice upwards, which sounds like a contradiction in terms, but actually it's so important. Good little interchange there. In singles, the athleticism required if both players come to the no volley zone, covering twice as much ground as they would in doubles, is really a thing of beauty if players are reading the game well. And again, that ball with a lot of topspin, you know, catching Val, still standing upright, and just jumping at her, and she's unable to get the lift on the ball. So a little frustration in, because she's, you know, either standing upright and catching the net, or getting low and slicing it too long. So good case for a lot of practice, I would say. Oh, that was such a lovely little sliced dipping third shot drop from Thadia. But I was thinking that Val might be able to play one of her little very subtle sliced, curved, short dink drops. She did that yesterday so effectively, but I think she's just feeling the pressure here. And, you know, momentum's such a big thing in this sport, and it's hard sometimes to stop it. The use of the timeout is important, and, you know, it might be something for Val in the future to be thinking, let's just stop this flow and take a timeout and see. Well, there we go. I must be prescient, and I'm not sure if it was Val or Thadia. I can't imagine it was Thadia because she was on a roll. Val has taken the timeout. Can she change things? If nothing else, can she change her own positive attitude? 6-0. Tough spot. So here we go, 6-0. Good approach. Or just out. But I think you saw a little evidence there of the virtuosity that Val potentially has when she comes up to the non-volley zone line. She can really use her wrist both ways, inside out. But again, the slice just misjudged, unfortunately. And I would suggest a basket of 150 balls, about 5 times each side, until she's got that down to a fine art. Rare unforced error there from Thadia. So love 8. Little inside out from Thadia. Oh, and there it is. This is the ball that I was talking about, and she played so well yesterday. Watch the hands go round the outside and curve on the ball, and the spin actually taking the ball away from the oncoming player. That is the trademark shot that I think she will develop as she plays more and more, and is going to be very painful for players coming up. But more opportunities required to practice it, more tournaments required. And of course, you know, no mean feat to get to a national final. But 9-1, really getting to the business end now. Big roll there from Thadia, and again, she does so beautifully take the paddle over the top of that ball. A little touch, yeah, but overextended, and Val able to follow up with the counter volley. But again, look at that delicate touch, and I really feel that that is going to start becoming a trademark for Val. I don't know if we're doing nicknames in pickleball, but she has a real claim to the name Scissorhands, I think, because she can cut that ball delicately. 2-9, stopping the rock for the time being, and there it is, a lovely little slice just over. Beautiful feel, and she's sort of beginning to find her range, but again, just pushing it a little bit too deep. So Thadia back in charge at 9-2. And body language from Val a little bit negative. And it is tough at this point. 10-2. Match ball for the English National Championship title to Thadia Locke. And trademark loft, and there it is. Fantastic performance by Thadia Locke, and no disgrace for Val Ladia. Obviously, she's a player that is going to be, you know, in the frame for the next few years. But wonderful reward for Thadia's hard work, and also, you know, very appropriate that such a wonderful lady who represents our sport with such grace comes through to take the national title. Back soon with the final of the men's Championships, which will feature 2 extraordinary artists and athletes of the game. Louis Leville, our number 1 in England, and the maestro, Freddie Powell, whose backhand is just an extraordinary thing of beauty. So get yourselves a cup of tea or a beverage of some choice and strap in, because this is going to be a wonderful exposition of our game. Coming up soon. So as we're waiting for Louis and Freddie, you can see them just coming on court there. Let's just have a look at how they got to this stage. And Freddie, in the first round, was able to beat William East, 15-9. He then came through against a bright young talent from Norfolk. If you've listened to me before, you'll know I'm heavily biased towards my home county, but Freddie, despite James Salter's best effort, was able to dispatch him fairly comfortably. In the bottom half, we had a bye for Louis in the first round, and then he played against Stuart Parmenter and had a very athletic confrontation with him, but came through 15-7. So we now come through to this final of the English National Pickleball Championships 2022 with Louis Leville, our English number 1, and Freddie Powell. And strap in, folks, because you're going to see some exciting stuff here. Our referee for this English National Pickleball Championships men's final is Jeff van der Hulst, sometimes known as Pickleball Jeff, and a great contributor to the sport. He's been helping out refereeing today, and he's helped us out in Norfolk a great deal. He's coaching at the Sport Village, I believe, in Norfolk, at the David Lloyd Centre. So as I was saying earlier, look out for Freddie's backhand. It's an explosive, mercurial shot that can be played on the run. He's also got tremendous slice and cut. I would say Louis Leville, apart from the fantastic athleticism he displays, tremendous control of the ball, very good spin on his serve, keeps people guessing all the time. But we're going to see an athletic match here, I suspect, folks. So here we go. In the first game, Louis Leville serving. And immediately a wonderful little interchange at the net, and both players really stretching each other's wingspans out. Freddie coming off better here. And there's that backhand rolled. Oh, beautiful, straight down the line. So you can see either player, if given time, has tremendous racket skill and can really punish the opponent. So keeping the opponent stretched to a good length under pressure, key here. Good backhand. So Freddie getting the opening exchange is doing really, really well, and largely being given ball to play with by Louis so far. There was an opportunity in that previous rally for Louis to really punish, but he really sort of hit a three-quarter effort rather than the full length. But one of the things with mercurial players is from time to time the ball flies long. Lovely slice and great reach. Both players getting really, really low. So close. That was millimeters out. But I love that little exchange at the net where you saw both players' center of gravity really, really low and extending themselves out. Nice spin serve there from Louis Leville, and extending Freddie so that Freddie was overstretched and couldn't keep the ball down, feeding the volley of Louis Leville. Just catching the net there on that serve. And a little wide. So hitting really great targets, of course, at this level, so important. I'm not sure how much target practice they do. That's something that I recommend. But I know Louis hits hundreds and hundreds of balls, and so his intimate understanding of the paddle is so great that it's become an extension of himself. What a beautiful topspin drive there from Freddie. And you can see this ball just not quite doing enough damage to Freddie to be able to put him under pressure. So 4-2 to Freddie. Great transition there from Louis. But again, look at that backhand, just ripped over the net and dipping. Not much that Louis could do for that. 5-2. It's a very good opening gambit from Freddie Powell here. Slight missed time from Freddie. Louis back on the board. 2-5. Lovely slice. Oh my goodness. Such are the margins at the top level. That was 3 or 4 millimeters high enough. Look at that slice, a heavy cut, and again really low with the hips, and missed that by just a fraction. But really noticing the athleticism and the positioning of both these players. Good piece of foot skill there by Freddie, but you saw as he came in, his shoulders were a little higher on that one, and he slightly carved down and caught the top. A little short serve there from Louis. Left-handed shot. Ball was out. A little challenge. Freddie challenging the out call. Let's have a look and see what happened. Oh, that was really close. Really, really close. And it was indeed out. So Louis, from having been 2-5 down, a great comeback. Curse the commentator, of course. Now 5-6. Great top spin on that serve from Freddie. Oh! But because it hit the bar on this shot, the point goes to Freddie. Oh, apologies, it does not go to Freddie, it's a let. I thought it had hit the bar on the other side. Nevertheless, he continues. 6-6. A lot of top and side. Oh, and that's just gone wide. It was an opportunity missed. 6-6. A little change of serve there from Louis. I think he was trying to put a little spin in, but it was a little short, and he was victimized by Freddie there. 6-6 back again. Great transition. Oh, well done. That ball probably going long, hence the ironic scream from Louisville. So, nose in front, Freddie Powell, 7-6. And that is just such a wonderful rip. And you can see the top spin making the ball dip so rapidly. So 8-6, I believe. So Louis going to have to do some work to get back here. 9-6. So a little pause for Louis Laville. And quite rightly taking his time out. Needs to really reevaluate. And for my money at the moment, he's just not doing enough damage with his approach shots to limit Freddie. I'd like to see him really getting those returns deeper.
Sorry, guys, you're not allowed to coach, all right? Not fair,
Okay, so here we go. 9-6. Oh, now that was a nice backhand rip from Louis Laville. Just getting his own back there on the Freddie Powell backhand. So he's back in hand, 6-9. So be interesting to see if Freddie can hold on and stop Louis from making progress, and he has done. And I particularly enjoy those little carved volley dinks where the ball has so much side spin that it curves away out of the court. And that was a great example there from Freddie. And a beautiful angle there. Very, very calmly redirected using Freddie's power by Louis here. Just rolled it across out of the side of the court. So we've been here for a while, and you may see that Louis is really flicking his fingers to get the spin serve going. You know, it would seem that that is no longer going to be allowable with the new pickleball rules, but he's still taking advantage of it right now. So very tight here. Freddie's had a few chances to progress from 9 and hasn't taken them yet. And that's just gone wide. So Louis back, see if he can make some progress here. 7-9. Another little spin serve, very short though. we're not sure if that ball was out or not. It looked possibly out, but we got a challenge. And the challenge has resulted in... Oh, that ball, it's almost impossible to tell. It is so adjacent to the line. I've just seen the screen that the VAR judge is using, and now the referee has had to come across because it's been called out. It's been called out, but it's very difficult to judge that. I could see the VAR judge's screen as well, and it's a bit of a foggy screen, so that didn't help to see the definition of the ball. So a game ball to Freddie Powell to take a first game. Just missing that by a fraction. And now Freddie taking a timeout. Good psychology by both of them. Is there possibly another challenge? Oh, there may be another challenge. And I'm not sure. We'll report to you as soon as we know. Both players walking over to see James Chowdhury, the national advisor. Let's have a look at that ball. I don't know if we can bring that back again. See this ball whipping down here. Here it comes. Look pretty close. Look pretty close. And that, I think, helps us understand, folks, how difficult it is when you're in the middle of a game of this intensity to make accurate calls when you're having to call for yourself. I think Freddie did make the challenge. The ball was in. And so, first game to Freddie Powell. Somewhat unexpectedly. To the general amusement of all, apart from possibly Louis Laville. But he's smiling. And I have to say that both of these players, despite being at the very top of the game here in England, are wonderful ambassadors for the game and very encouraging of all players of all levels and very generous with their time when they're talking to anybody from any level. So, as a result of another VAR challenge, we have the first game to Freddie Powell. So he's one up, and that's a big deal in this final. Very subtle little roll here, and beautifully played. Louis Laville not even able to muster a challenge to that ball. Oh, little exuberance in the moment, I think, trying for a little too much there from Freddie. And the acrylic surface of the floor that we have here is being generally very, very reliable. The only trouble that you have is, you know, if it lands on the lines and does skid sometimes. Ball called out. 1-0 Freddie Powell. And, you know, we're really dealing with fine margins here. So many of these balls are within millimetres of the line. Great third shot drop there by Louis Leville, and just overextended and pushes the ball deep. I'm not sure, but I have a feeling that there's a real chance here for Freddie, because I'm not sure that Louis is finding his groove. Yeah, and the outstretched palms of Louis Leville as he appeals to some higher force than himself as to why things aren't going his way, indicative of some real problems. And an irritated grunt there from Freddie. Knew he had an opportunity. And I apologise, not an irritated grunt, an grunt of encouragement. So, 1-love down, 0-3. Louisville has got to try and muster something here, or it may be too late. An interesting moonball serve. Freddie comes straight in with a cut, and the cut enough to do damage to Louis, and he misses his return. Oh, and I sort of feel the game slipping away a little bit here from Louis. And not sure on that one. Very difficult to see on some of these line calls. Let's have a look and see where this one lands. And it just goes wide. And it's a ball out. So actual points on the board for Louis Leville. First time in this game. Very quickly read there, and a great ATP defended by Louis Leville. But what a great little cameo there of the game. Fantastic defense of the ATP, but Freddie Powell immediately onto the next volley and able to press home the advantage. Oh, lovely ball, lovely ball. That little directed dink, pushing it past Freddie to the back of the court. Big reach there and almost foot vaulted. But managed to stay out for long enough. 2-4. Split the deficit in half. Another spin serve with a lot of side on it. Oh, that's a very difficult return. Still alive. A very high ball there from Louis. Uncharacteristically high ball from Louis there. And Freddie pounced on it. Boom. Yeah, lovely little backhand flick slap. (4-2). Oh, a lot of topspin on that ball. He gets so much topspin on that ball, Freddie, that sometimes the ball accelerates off the ground, picking up extra speed. 5-2. And Louis coming in. Freddie trying to pass him again, and very successfully passing him. So at the moment, Freddie's passing shots more than Louis able to handle. Right. Oh my word. That was amazing technique and skill. Don't try that at home, folks. you'll injure yourself. But he kind of missed by more than an inch there. Beautiful technique. I love to see those knees bend, center of gravity underneath, and then letting the ball coming onto the paddle to take the pace out of it, just absorbing it. Wonderful technique. Just from Louis able to work that ball deep and wide enough that Freddie couldn't get his paddle around it. 2-6. And Louis slaps his thighs in frustration as he drives it wide. Six two. And again, Louis coming for the transition and presenting a target which Freddie is happy to capitalize on. 7-2. Oh, and an out serve at a key moment. Is that what Louis is going to need to keep him alive here? Louis looking a little distraught, body language sort of flopping around a little bit. A little bit more of a jump there with some enthusiasm. Again, great hip work. But that time Freddie unable to get his stabilized feet so that he can transfer his weight into the shot. Weight was going in both into his movement and the shot at the same time, and that sort of conflict is very difficult to control. 3-7. Very interesting. Yeah, he's doing the moon ball serve again. And having been invited to by Freddie to keep doing it, Louis did. Timeout called. And both players smiling at each other and laughing with each other. Great comrades, as well as great rivals. So I'm not sure if that timeout was strategic or literally Freddie just could do with a break. We'll see now and see if he's recharged his batteries a little bit. Bouncing around okay. And here comes the moonball serve again. This time played with a little bit more delicacy from Freddie. Oh, what a lovely little roll. And another great little roll read by Louis Leville as he takes his backhand roll down the side line there. So, and Freddie perhaps getting just a little frustrated with the moonball serves. Tedium affecting his shot choices. Oh, that's lovely ball. Lovely, lovely ball. Now that's another one that's reminiscent of Alvaladea and beautifully executed by Freddie. You see the round the outside of the ball, cut and feel. You've got to have great fingers and hands and weight transference to be able to make that all work. Everything starts as a chain from your toes up through your body, along your core, and along the arm, and finally into the fingertips. It's just a beautiful progression. Louis a little bit hurt there, but we're now 7-6. I think 7-5 was initially called, and there's a little confusion. It's 7-6. Yeah, players agree. On we go. And that's the first time for a while Freddie has missed the pass. And let's see if we see the moon ball again or not. Yes, we do. Good transition there from Freddie. Oh, that ball just going wide. Let's have a look at it. How much was it wide by? Here it comes. Oh, so tight. Great dipping roll there from Freddie and just overextending Louis. So 8-6. We're getting very close to the danger zone for Louis Leville if he's going to hang on in this final. Little touch, and despite the last minute acceleration, still too far away from Freddie. Boom. Ooh. Maybe a dive? I don't know. Moonball serve. So great comeback here by Louis, who's come up with a strategy which is working very nicely, and maybe also, never mind the physical effect of the strategy, having some psychological effect. And great athleticism from Louis Leville, getting comfortably across the court and picking his target with great accuracy. So back to parity. And again the moonball serve. The slice. And the slice this time wide with a little bit of outside spin as well, carving it away from Louis Leville. So 8-all. Time to see if Freddie can actually poke his nose ahead again. Oh, read by Louis and pounced on this ball. Watch him come across very early there. Bang. Beautifully played. 8-8. Moonball serve. Oh. So Louis is really beginning to pick some tight lines, and it's wearing Freddie out a little bit. You can see he's a little tired and just getting a little frustrated. And he's mishit that ball deep. Maybe a sign of a little fatigue. So 10-8, game ball from a situation where things were looking a little dire from Louis Leville. He takes that second game, and it's 1-all. So we have a grand finale, last game to look forward to. And what an interesting turnaround that was. Louis Leville using that moonball serve. Freddie perhaps making a couple of unforced errors and a little frustrated in the frequency with which he was unable to capitalize on what seems like a fairly innocuous shot, but actually was very effective strategically within the context of this match. Both players using timeouts, and it'll be interesting to see if the fatigue level in the third game results in timeouts being called, or whether it's a strategic timeout if one player gets momentum and the other one wants to break it. But anyway, hope you're enjoying this final of the English National Men's Pickleball Championships. And we're into the third and final game, and Freddie thinking about a better way to deal with the moonball serve as he dumps the first one in the net and gives the psychological advantage to Louis. And Louis really looking as though he's got the bit between his teeth now, and using this strategy to great effect. Of course, it's giving him a lot of time as well. And what he's doing is he's turning the strategy that Freddie used previously against Freddie, and rather than him coming to net and having Freddie pass him, he's allowing Freddie to come to net, and he's then passing Freddie. So one wonders if it might be a better move by Freddie not to come to net, but to actually stay back and encourage Louis to come to net. We'll see if that changes, but right now he's sort of falling into the Freddie trap a little bit, and it's pretty much cookie cutter image each rally that we're going through in this final game. 5-love now. So is he going to stay back? No, he's not. He's going to come up. And once again, same old story. He's running out of opportunities to change it. And they're changing ends at halfway. That's what we do in the final, so that both players get a look at each end. So 6-0. Here comes the moonball serve again. Freddie was hitting that one, and definitely looking just a little jaded and weary. But he's come in again, and same result. So I would just personally love to see him hit a nice drive, or even moonball serve, moonball return of serve. You know, that would be a very interesting option if he tried that out. But it's now 9-love, and so time is running out rapidly. And that's the first time for a long time that Freddie's transition has resulted in a net ball from Louis. So it's a little late in the day maybe, but never say never in pickleball. Beautiful. Oh, it's a left-handed shot. Oh my word, what an ATP. Look at this, and Louisville turning around, not sure what's going to happen, and then just a perfect ATP from Freddie. You would be forgiven for thinking that this wasn't the final of the English National Championships, but it was actually an exhibition match. Okay. Well, so we're back to situation normal this time. Louis coming to transition at the NVZ, and Freddie passing him. Can he do 9 in a row? Here comes Louis. And, yep, same story. Who can change the story? And up he comes, and once again, the man that comes to the net gets past. Oh, now we've got a little change. Yes, see, something different. Moonball return, as I suggested that Freddie might try, but we'll see if he does now. No, he goes for his cut. And the ball's just wide. Oh, maybe not just wide. It was just wide. All right, moonball serve, cut return. Lovely little touches, lovely little touches. Look at these thirds. Oh, there was evil intent. And that's it. Game and match to Louis Laville. And very nice match, but one of those situations where a strategic change completely changed the outcome of the match, or the seeming outcome of the match. So very thoughtful. I may be ignorant, maybe the moonball return and serve wouldn't have been the right choice, but I'd sure like to have seen Freddie try that. But kudos to both players, really wonderful athleticism, pinpoint accuracy, and some star quality in this wonderful final of the English National Men's Championships here from Bolton Arena. Now, folks, tomorrow we start streaming again at 9 a.m. So do please join us. There's a lot more pickleball to come this weekend at the English Nationals, and there may be a variety of commentators. Who knows, we may get Thadia and Louis to come along at some point. But tomorrow is gender doubles, and so we're going to have a lot of men's doubles and a lot of women's doubles. And I know a lot of you who are listening and watching play the doubles game more than the singles game, so make sure you tune in to see some great pickleball here from Bolton Arena tomorrow. For now, we're going to sign off and thank you very much for being with us. This is Richard Millman saying goodbye. Goodbye.